What is going on? All right, so we're about to just jump right into this. This is a 5-hour podcast, but we might go till the 4-hour mark. I don't know. I'm gonna try to get past. No, we gotta get through it, all of it.
Nick Irving, welcome to the show, man.
Thank you, brother.
We have. I've been tracking you for a long time, years, and been trying to get your attention. And then finally, about 6 months ago ish, finally got through to you. And man, I'm just honored to have you here. And I think you're a great representation of the community that you come from, the Ranger community. And I'm really excited to dive into this. So
kind words, man. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Hope I live up to it.
You will. There's not a doubt in my mind. But starting off with your introduction here. So you're a husband and father. You've been married for 16 years, going on 17.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's crazy, man. I've been getting, there's like a 90% divorce rate in special ops.
Yeah.
And about the past 5 or 6 guys I've had on have all had lengthy 10 years plus married.
That's a good thing then. It's a rarity. Yeah. Like you don't see it often. I think it's just it's a good thing. Yeah, I say it's a good thing to be able to stick with someone that long. Yeah.
Two of the most iconic voices in music, 5-time Grammy winner.
The deadliest sniper named the Reaper with 33 confirmed kills over the course of just 4 months. New York Times bestselling author of The Reaper and Way of the Reaper, author of Reaper the Board, served 6 years in U.S. Army Special Operations, 3rd Ranger Battalion, 75th Ranger Regiment.
Judges, but I would just test the weapon.
You're the first African-American to deploy into the global war on terrorism as a sniper in your battalion. Owner of Hard Shoot, you train personnel in the art of long-range shooting, and former mentor on the Fox reality show American Grit.
That sums it up pretty good, yeah.
Did I miss anything?
No. I don't even care anymore about that stuff, man. To be honest, like, there's a few TV shows and movies, but no.
Yeah.
I don't even care, man.
Do you like doing the TV stuff?
Not anymore. I lost that itch. I was doing a show for Discovery Channel, and I lost the itch thereafter. The show was called Master of Arms. It was like a Forged in Fire, where they would forge stuff.
Yeah.
And I was one of the judges, but I would just test the weapons. And I just had a bad experience with that. And then thereafter, I was supposed to do a TV show with Tim Kennedy and a few other snipers. And it was my second go around with that stuff. And I just kind of lost the itch after it. I guess the Hollywood lifestyle.
Yeah.
I've done like the Transformers stuff. And
you were in Transformers too?
Yeah. Transformers. Then I helped with the show or the movie, The Wall. Terrible movie. It was like, it's like a 2-star movie on Amazon, but it's called The Wall. And
we got 2 people in here right now. I'm about to load up a dab. But this is gonna get this is gonna get deep. This is gonna get wild. They're gonna be talking about angels from heaven that got cast out of heaven. They're gonna be talking about this specific man right here, Nick Irving, is gonna be talking about Nephilim giants, how the earth was flooded. He's going to be talking about a lot of wild stuff, and they're going to be discussing his time deployed. So it could be viewer discretion advised. So I'm going to go ahead and say that now.
It was a cool.
This 5-hour interview, this 6-hour interview is straight fire. I've seen one clip from it, and I said I have to react to this entire podcast they had with Shawn Ryan. Nick did with Shawn. This shit is literally crazy.
Cool experience because I got a chance to hang with one of my good friends, is John Cena. We've been hanging out since like 2015, I believe, 14 or 15. Good guy, and it was cool to work with him. But other than that, and the guy who did Jason Bourne, the director, Cool experience, but it was just I lost the taste after that.
Yeah.
And all the stuff that is going on in Hollywood that you hear about, I've had my taste of nothing along those lines, of just weird stuff in Hollywood after my last show with Discovery Channel. Yeah.
A lot of people been coming out talking about some weird stuff going on in Hollywood, man. And like, people been talking about this weird stuff going on in Hollywood for a long time. They talked about there's this famous actor. I can't think of his name right now. Why can't I think of his name? But anyway, he done like hella children's movies, some crazy films. And this person said he went out to talk to him at this specific building. Man, I wish I had the name. But it's like a very known person in a lot of movies. And he said this dude started floating in sideways into the room. And then they just, bro, there's shit that motherfuckers can't even explain going on down in Hollywood, man.
Yeah, definitely a lot is out about the circles in Hollywood.
Oh, yeah.
None of it seems to be
good,
positive.
No.
By any means. But moving on. So I have a subscription account on Patreon. They have been here since the beginning. They're top supporters. And so I give them an opportunity to ask every guest possible a question.
Mm-hmm.
And so here is a question from Stephen Casey. What is the best decision that you've ever made, and how has that helped you?
That's the first question.
Yeah, that's a tough
deep one. Wow. What's the best decision I've ever made, and how has it helped me? Stop caring so much. That's probably been the best decision. Stop caring so much about the outside and care more so about what's on the inside. Meaning, what's going on in my life, observing that, how I'm feeling emotionally, the issues that I've had, acknowledging that, taking care of that. Even if I wasn't taking care of it, when I first started to acknowledge it. It was
Are you talking about quit paying attention to external influences?
Yes.
Man, that's crazy. I was just on a podcast yesterday, and I said the exact same thing.
Quit paying attention to external what?
That's the first question.
Yeah, that's a tough
deep one. Wow. What's the best decision I've ever made, and how has it helped me?
Man, I don't know how to get this correctly because of the...
Stop caring so much.
Fuck.
That's probably been the best decision. Stop caring so much about the outside and care more so about what's on the inside. Meaning, what's going on in my life, observing that, how I'm feeling emotionally, the issues that I've had, acknowledging that, taking care of that. Even if I wasn't taking care of it, when I first started to acknowledge it. It was
Are you talking about quit paying attention to external influences?
Yes.
Man, that's crazy. I was just on a podcast.
Influences. That shit is crazy. Because I be doing that shit all the time. It could even be some people could even classify that shit as PTSD. Or just everything else fades. You're only worried about what's right in front of your fucking eyes. You're not worried about anything else.
That's yesterday, and I said the exact same thing.
Really?
That's crazy.
Hey, man. I was remote viewing, and I heard you say that. That's what happened.
Oh, shit. Here we go. Straight into the remote viewing. Yo, this is going to be a spicy fucking podcast right here. Holy shit. Irving, Man, I already could tell you standing on business, brother, with the Lord. I can tell it right now.
But that's like the best thing or best advice that I've taken from myself was, so yeah, stop caring so much about the external forces and things that are out of my control. I can't control what other people think, what they believe, what they, want to believe about me or anything. I can't control that. Only thing I can control is myself. So not worrying so much about the outside, just more so about taking care of me. Like when we die, we're all going to go in that casket by ourselves, And I think that is my biggest takeaway, knowing that at the end of the day, it's just going to be me anyways. So I really shouldn't have to care about the outside forces and other things that I can't control. I have to stand before the judge by myself at the end. So,
yeah, that's, man,
and I already knew it before he said it. Come on now. When you have spiritual discernment, you just know things. Wisdom come to you. When you one with the Lord, just like that man Nick is right there right now. And just like I said in React Attacks chat earlier, they were talking about how Brian called himself an alien or whatever in a song. And that if you believe somebody's like alien, whatever, and I'm like, I said in the chat, Alex Jones predicted things before things happened. And the only way you can describe that is literally prophecy. You have spiritual discernment from something way greater. And it's only looked at and saw and been recognized recently as some real shit. Because this reality we live in has a spiritual realm right here with it. And not too many people really grasp that and hold that.
That's great. I'm glad you said that. What led you to start looking internally instead of externally?
mm-hmm.
And how did that, affect your daily life, maybe your business life, anything?
I would say the birth of my son. So long story. I've always wanted a family, like a kid. I wanted two originally. I still want two, just the way things are. I don't have control over that. But I knew before I turned 30.
Bro, this dude's got some good goals, man. For real.
I said, before I turn 30, my 30th birthday, I want to have my first child. Fast forward, my 30th birthday, on the date, my son pops out. Being there and witnessing that, seeing that, and the struggle that he had to go through. He was born with like a weird heart condition. That's, it's healed up, thankfully now. But it was hard to watch and not have to feel so much power of wanting to, dang, I'm gonna already choke up, dude. But yeah, having no control of that circumstance and realizing, like, I guess how important life really is, it all came in that moment. And that's when the switch went on of, like nothing really matters. And I wanted to be there for him in the long run. So that's when the switch.
Said it's the only thing that matters. I don't lose it all. But in the end, hold on.
Definitely changed was, I wanted to stick around for him.
How did it affect your life?
Oh man, drastically. I was too caught up in outside circumstances, outside forces that I had no control over. I was too caught up in the outside world, and having that center point, that center focus.
Yo, I almost want to replay that because of how wild that was. But shit, bro, Nick speaking straight Facts.
Focus being my son, and like everything, I guess, went away. If you want to, all the issues that I had, not issues, but my perspective of what was important in life changed. And what was important for me would be able to raise my son and be there for him. So it definitely helped out as far as ignoring what everybody else thought. I wanted my son to think, my dad is the, coolest. I can go to my dad at any time, no matter what. I'm going to be, I'm always going to be his dad. I can't always be what some guy on the internet or some family member wants me to be. I can't be that. I can't be all those things at once, but what I can be is better for my son. So, yeah.
Man, thanks for sharing that.
Shit.
I appreciate it.
But before we get in, man, we're already starting to get deep here, but
Right.
but before we get into your life story, and that's what I want to do, we're going to start at childhood, go into your military career, go into your transition, civilian career, businesses that you run.
Mm-hmm.
And but before we do that, everybody gets a gift.
Join large-scale battles with military vehicles. The online action game War Thunder has received a major update. Direct Hit. Joining the battle.
What do we got, man?
Everybody gets a gift.
We just talked about this.
That we did.
The gummies, man.
We did. Now, those
Dude.
are made in the USA and are legal in all 50 states.
They are legal.
Yeah. Fortunately or unfortunately, I don't know.
I can make it work, man. I can make it work. Dude, my wife used to send me pounds of these overseas.
Hey, yo.
Pounds. I ate in one sitting a full pound of gummy bears, and by the time it came out, I had one large gummy bear in the toilet.
Oh, man. But
thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. But so let's dive in. Let's start with childhood. Where did you grow up?
Grew up, born in Augsburg, Germany. Both of my parents were counterintelligence in the Army during the Cold War time, copying Morse code, deciphering Morse code, and sending it off to the NSA, I believe, at the time.
What?
After they left the Army, or during that transition, we moved from Augsburg to Florida. I stayed in Florida for about a year, in Pensacola, a year or two.
Okay.
My parents, my mom retired. My dad stayed in for a little bit longer, and we moved to Maryland at this place, at a place called what was on Walker Drive, near Fort Meade, near NSA. Not on Fort Meade, the base, but near it. It was like a government housing, and stayed there for.
Of course, I'm going to have to run it back like a running back. What am I at right now? 11:02.
Legitimately haunted.
All right, we got to dive into this.
Legit, bro. Like,
hold on. How old are you?
I was at the time, 4 or 5 years old.
Okay.
Yeah, 4 or 5 years old. That was my first experience when I'll never forget this experience. So I'm laying in bed on this, you can look up this old place. It's Walker Drive, Fort Meade, near Fort.
Walker Drive near Fort Meade. That's some weird shit to be on Google. Walker Drive. Stay focused. Walker. Fort Meade. Man, is that Route 40? Old Mill High School, Annapolis Junction. Is that BW? Yeah, BWI right there. Okay, so he's right next to the airport. Parents are government officials. He's staying out here. Walker Drive. That's cool. Right near where I grew up. Share this tab instead.
There's no more houses there. It's just all built up and torn down. But lived in this all brick house that was
Maryland. Oh shit. I stopped sharing the screen. Share screen. We're on 12 minutes.
legitimately haunted.
All right, we got to dive into this.
Legit, bro.
And Maryland is horrible for having homes next to another home, like cookie cutter homes. Like you're right next to the neighbor. Literally at every Baltimore, whether it be Havre Grace, Abingdon, Bel Air, all these houses were literally right next to each other. Shit was crazy.
Like,
hold on. How old are you?
And Maryland is a fucking. I'm gonna be honest, Maryland, horrible spot. Maryland haunted like a motherfucker. Edgar Allan Poe's got some quotes from his time in Baltimore there, and they got that like at a whole section. Just the whole vibe in Maryland is MK Ultra. It's literally an MK Ultra vibe.
Are you?
I was at the time, 4 or 5 years old.
Okay.
Yeah, 4 or 5 years old. That was my first experience I'll never forget this experience. So I'm laying in bed on this, you can look up this old place. It's Walker Drive, near Fort Meade. There's no more houses there. It's just all built up and torn down. But lived in this all brick house that was connected to another home that if you poked a hole through the wall, you could see the neighbors in the adjacent room. Few 100-square-foot home,
Folks
very small. And
folks going back to 5-year-old memories, you can hear the trembling in the voice. You can hear he's putting himself back in that spot for a second. This shit is some wild shit, man.
My dad would always say if you stood in the front door, you could spit and you'd hit the backyard. This very small home. So as a kid, we would always hear like people running upstairs, footsteps, and my parents would, ignore it. It's just the house creaking or whatever. And these footsteps would start to come down the stairs. You'd hear heavy footsteps just going around upstairs, and they start to go downstairs and they would stop. A few other times you would hear conversations, but like whispers or like staticky whispers on a radio station you couldn't tune into all the way.
I'm getting chills hearing this shit.
As a kid, you don't think too much of it. You just hear stuff. But the scariest, most traumatizing, if you want to call it that, experience that I've had, I was laying in bed, and to this day, I'm paranoid of sleeping on my back because of it. Laying in bed on my back, and something woke me up. And I see a soldier who, at the time, I had no idea what his uniform looked like. It was different than my dad's. I didn't find out later that it was like a old Civil War style uniform. And I see a soldier walk past my doorway. I rub my eyes, put the blankets over my head, rub them some more, and look back down. And now it's not just one, there's soldiers, a line of them, walking, and they would turn to go down the stairs into the main living room space.
Certain people have spiritual eyesight and are allowed to see things others aren't. Once again, just recently, people are just now recognizing that there is a spiritual realm here that really does take place in our reality.
Soldiers passed by. The last soldier, he got in my doorway, turned, looked, and started to walk into my room towards me. Jumped out of my bed, ran through him into the bathroom, curled up on the toilet, and started screaming. My dad runs out, and I'm screaming at him, please don't spank me, please don't spank me, because that's what normally would happen. And he came in, grabbed me, held me, and I told him what I saw as best as I could. And he says, I know, son, I know. I saw it too. That was my first real ghost experience.
Real shit.
Whoa,
like this
he did see it too?
Yeah, to pass by, his room was to the left of my room. And yeah, so I guess they were coming out the wall in the hallway, walking past his door and my door before they went downstairs. And he saw it, I saw it, terrified me. And the looks of their clothes, never forget. The uniforms they wore the long gun with the musket, or not musket, but it had a long, not sword, but knife, bayonet at the tip of it. And they were marching with the little cap hats down the stairs. I had never seen that uniform a day in my life, and I won't forget it. And the last guy walking into my room. Yeah.
Did you have more experiences?
Yeah. I've had one, I guess more recent, when within the past 15 years or so, I was working at a gun range called Rifles Only. It's a big precision rifle training facility. And me and one of the instructors, his name's Win, and we're driving down this dirt road to get to where the facility is. It's at nighttime. We had just gotten back from the bar. I wasn't drinking. I was designated driver, but I was sitting passenger seat. But regardless, we're driving and I hear, it sounded like a radio came on.
I forget the place that it's called, but there's a real place that's near Delaware and PA line where they had a big civil war, and in the field there's like professional ghost hunters that come to this spot and that they leave after like a certain amount of time because it freaks them out. But there's literal drums that you can catch on film and nobody's there. Some people have caught footage of I don't even want to say it, but like real soldiers, like what he's describing, and they caught it on film and hear the bro. There is a spiritual realm here that not too many people comprehend.
Static, and I heard this old lady chuckling, laughing, and saying something. I couldn't understand what she was saying, but it sounded like she was in the floorboard. That's what it sounded like. And I look at him and he looks over at me, and it completely went off. It stopped. He looks over at me and he's like, did you hear that? And I'm like, dude, you heard that, right? And he's like, it's not my radio. He had an old pickup truck. The wires are all over the place, and it's an old beat up pickup truck. Radio does not work. And we just kind of ignored it after that. Never talked about it. He didn't want to believe it, but we both heard what we heard. It was an old lady in the floorboard talking to some, I don't know what she was saying. So old lady.
I ain't gonna put too much of this story out. I'm not gonna say governments or anything, but I was driving to a fishing spot with a friend. We weren't on any substances. We get to this spot. We encounter something above us. I try to go to film it. My phone starts glitching. I show him my phone. There's a time lapse of me us. As soon as I show him my phone, there's like a time lapse of me going to grab my stuff. I remember running to grab my fishing gear and him going to grab his tackle box. And we just took off towards the car. I don't remember taking off towards the car, getting in the car, packing the car up. And then I just remember us driving down the road back from the fishing spot. And I'm like, yo, can you believe what the fuck just happened? And he's like, he doesn't even want to talk. He's just face forward. I'm like, bro, shit really just the fuck like something really fucking happened. We got to say something. Like, don't just leave me fucking hanging. Don't make me think I'm fucking crazy out here, you know what I'm saying? And he finally acknowledged it, and he said he didn't want to talk about it after that. And yeah, I dropped him off, went back to my house, couldn't believe. And then even the same person, I'm driving down his road, and on no substance, a red ball of light, 5 foot by 5 foot, appears in this like cornfield, soybean field, one of these fucking fields on the right hand side. Car in front of us slows down, stops to look at it. I look over at it. I'm getting chills saying this. I'm like, yo, you see that? He's like, he's stuck forward. He kind of like glanced and looked at it. I was like, bro, come on. Do you see what the fuck that is? It's just a ball of fucking red light in the field. Where the cars in front of us stopped as well. It just disappears. He looks back at me like, what the fuck? I'm like, bro, what the fuck was that? Unexplainable. You know what I'm saying? He didn't want to talk about it then either. I'm like, bro, this shit. And I be filming things that just don't make no sense to mankind. And they be coming in specific times and go directly towards military bases, man. I be filming these shits, man. Some people have spiritual eyesight. Some don't.
If you're out there, you know what I'm talking about.
Damn.
But that's my experience.
Well, let's go back to childhood. So you grew up in a haunted house in Maryland.
Yep. And it was built on a cemetery. That was like pretty much. And as a kid, I remember, okay, so this is the weird portion. My mom, her side of the family, my grandmother, they've been introduced to like voodoo or magic. And I knew this trick as a kid of how to listen to hell, with a sewing needle and a cup, and, to listen to the screams of hell. I don't know if I never heard anything, but you hear, I think it's just the echo inside the cup. But we would leave a devil pie for the devil or whatever. We would make it out of mud and stuff like that. Me and my next door neighbor, Kia and Tasha, 2 girls, and we were doing stuff like that as
warlock
kids,
voodoo.
Weird stuff like that.
Holy
sister,
shit.
Another scary story for you. We hear a knock on the door.
Oh shit.
Or she did. And she goes to the back door, and there's 2 women standing there in all white. There's no white people where we live at. There's 2 blonde hair ladies standing at the door. They took her out to the playground, and when she came back, she learned how to make where you take a gallon of milk, cut it out to make a bird feeder. And she came back with that, and the ladies taught her how to make it, but there were no ladies. So yeah, that was another incident.
Wow.
Real.
I don't know if she knows that one vividly.
Oh, very strange.
That. Yeah.
Very strange. How many siblings did you have?
At that time, living with us, we had 3. So me, my younger sister, and my older sister. And I have another sister I just found out about like a year ago. And my brother, I thought was my friend when I first met him. In Florida, I thought that this kid was cool, but turned out he was my brother too. So I have, that I know of, 5.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
There's only 3 things that stop us from that vision of the future: the body, the environment.
Yeah.
Right after like an intense story like that, it's just like a weird throw off. Like, oh yeah, 5 brothers. Oh, that's wild. Yeah. Yeah. Like what?
My dad was getting around, man. He was getting around.
Right on. Let's go back. So you grew up around voodoo?
Too funny.
I knew about it.
We all know somebody
like different
got like 7
spells and stuff
moms.
like
Come
that,
on now.
if you want to call it that. Like how to make a woman fall in love with you, how a woman, if she makes a guy fall in love with her, how to listen to hell and stuff like that. But
how would these subjects get broached in your household?
My grandmother, at the time when she grew up around it more, my mom had a spell put on her supposedly. and it made her stomach swell up with
Spells and
they don't know
hexes
what.
are
But she used to steal oranges and
spells and hexes are very real. I rebuke it and cast it to the abyss in the name of Jesus, but that shit is actually real.
stuff off of people's trees in Georgia. And one of the neighbors where she lived at on this dirt road and told her to stop doing it or she was going to put a spell on her. And she hung up something in the tree. My mom ate it and she got like inflated or something. So that's where we got, I guess, introduced to it. And my cousins, the older ones, they would teach us stuff too. Like, don't eat spaghetti from a chick you just met or if she offers it to you.
Why? Hold on.
You want to know?
He wants to know. Shawn Ryan don't know. This is a spiritual warfare that we fight, and certain soldiers are selected by God. You understand me? To speak on things of this nature. Holy shit. Red spaghetti sauce is a voodoo ritual that one will do on a first or second or third date to get you locked in. And if you eat it, you're fucked. That shit is some real fucking shit. Holy shit.
Oh, I guess.
Yeah. Let's hear it.
Well, it's nasty. But her menstrual cycle blood.
Say it one time.
Making the sauce for the pasta.
Oh,
they would use that and give it to the guy to make the guy fall in love. Yeah. Or that attachment. And for a guy to do it, he would use his underarm sweat and cook it in that noodle water, put his underarm sweat in it to make a female
shit demonic.
Do the same thing.
Are you serious? Is this stuff real? I mean, what do you think?
I've never been.
You didn't pull that
Oh, Post Malone knows something about that right there.
on your wife.
And that's crazy to say, but he does. I heard it been talked about before, especially with that name.
Did you?
No. And if I did, I wouldn't tell her. No. That was destined to be, I think.
How prevalent was that in your household? I mean, was that?
My parents did. They had like a Ouija board and stuff. And back before they had, I guess, their religious awakening, we had a Ouija board and stuff like that. But I was never exposed greatly to it. It was more so like my dad would show us how to lift people when they sit in the chair and you stack your hands up on top of them until you all feel the heat rise up. And then you lift the person out of the chair and they float, stuff like that. But that's like...
What? He taught you how to do that?
Yeah.
Let's go into that. I've never heard anything like this. I've never. Wow. I don't know anything about this stuff.
So you sit in a chair, right? Like a stool or a little chair. And you have one person on each. So you have one person on this knee, this elbow, and one at the back of the base of the neck.
Touching or sitting or?
Not touching yet. Then they're all standing around you. The person in the chair is sitting, everybody else is standing around you. Then they take their hands and they stack their right hand first, and then they stack their left hand on top of that. So it's a big pattern. Each one is stacking over and over until all the hands are complete. Then when the top hand says they feel the heat, and everybody's going to be calling out, I feel the heat. When they feel the whatever is rising up through their hand, when it gets to the top person, they all go like this and they touch this side, this elbow, and the person at the back of the neck does that, and you lift the person up and they float.
You seen this happen?
Yeah. I've done it to my sister, me and my cousins.
Are you serious?
Swear to God. Yeah.
I gotta look this up.
Yeah.
What do you call it?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Like they're legitimately floating.
Well, you're touching them and they're in the air.
It's like some levitation stuff.
Like that. But they're not, you don't let go. You keep your fingertips on them. And I think that's where the energy goes back into them and they lower back down. Yeah.
Whoa.
You should look it up. Yeah.
I will look it up.
Definitely.
Wow.
We'll do it one time.
That's
Need some more people.
crazy.
But it's legit.
Holy shit.
Yeah. My dad used to do, he did it in the Army during what do you call those things where, like a talent contest or something like that, where they were just like, some people would go up and like sing or a talent.
Yeah, talent show.
Talent show. And that's what my dad did with some of his coworkers. And they had the biggest guy sit in a chair, and he had females do it, all women, and they lifted up the biggest guy in their unit out of the chair. Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's crazy, dude. I totally
Really?
wasn't expected to go down this road.
Yeah. Yeah. 100%, man.
So what is it? Is it a religion?
Well, not really necessarily. Like voodoo comes from Africa, and it was like, according to who you talk to or what the belief is, that was our original religion, but it was not religion. It was just a spirituality of the manipulation of the spirit world. And that's what they practiced before religion was introduced, and they were killed and stuff like that for practicing what they perceived to be is black magic from Black people's magic. So they said no more and introduced a different form of spirituality, which I'm not against. I think that I think all religion.
Now that he say that, there's a new movie that came out. Let me see if I can find it real quick. It's all fucking Indian, fucking Bali world movies. What the? All right, but there is a movie that came out where they're talking about exactly what he's talking about right now, but they made it into a movie.
Is a form of magic. Even prayer is a form of magic. You know, it's just the belief that you're putting something into the spirit realm, asking a deity or an entity to whatever you want. Asking, you shall receive. As above, so below. As within, so without. All these things. So they all coincide with each other. I think all roads lead to Rome. It's just how we interpret and practice different beliefs.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Back to childhood.
Yeah.
So what were you, other than voodoo?
Yeah.
What were you into as a kid? I mean, what grabbed your interest?
Wow. I love space. I used to want to be an astronaut. My dad was a big space geek.
He wanted to be an astronaut until he realized there was water above and water below.
He was always, taking me outside to look through the telescope, to look at the moon and look at the stars and show me where Orion's belt was at and how to find the North Star, the Big Dipper, Little Dipper. Like, I teach my son this stuff, at his age now, and he's 7, but how to find north, south, east, and west and different stars.
I'll be out there looking at the Big Dipper and the Little Dipper, and then just an orb of light will appear and start going across the sky directly towards the Dover Air Force Base. Shit's wild.
Star constellations and how to read them. So I've always wanted to be an astronaut. Like, originally, that was my first dream. So for fun, pretending I was an astronaut, making cardboard boxes and wanting to blast off into space. That was like my original dream until my dad showed me Chuck Norris Delta Force and Charlie Sheen Navy SEALs. Then my whole perspective of what I wanted to do changed. And then school. I got into school and I wasn't like too great at it. And the astronaut thing was out of the window.
Why weren't you great at school? You weren't into it, or?
I wasn't really into it. Like, first grade was easy. Anybody can say that. But I just like to play, and I like to joke around, and I don't know if I had like ADHD or something like that, but it was hard for me to focus. And the way I used to read, and I guess I still do read, like for me, I would read one sentence and build that story as opposed to reading the whole paragraph and then building it as you go along. I would break each sentence out of that paragraph or chapter into my mind to build that story. And I guess it just took too long, and, you know, I wasn't great at math and anything.
Preach, brother.
So started to realize I wasn't great at school in like the 2nd or 3rd grade. And that's when I used to get into a lot of trouble at home for not bringing home, you know, good grades.
Man, that boy hitting home right now, man. I got fed them pharmaceuticals at a young age. They said, oh, he can't sit still in his seat. Give him this medicine. Oh, he can't sit still in his seat off that medicine. Try this medicine. Oh, let's mix this medicine with this medicine and try this new medicine. And that cycle continued till 11th grade. And I was like, man, fuck these pharmaceutical medicines. Just give me that herb. Been smoking the herbs ever since, man. Couldn't have been more better.
So, yeah. And after the haunted house, I moved to a little bit near near the city portion of Baltimore, Maryland. Not this city, but in Maryland. And that's where I stayed from 1993 to 2004 when I graduated. And that's where we spent my entire life, pretty much.
What did you enjoy doing as a kid? Were you an athlete, like about the woods? I mean,
yeah, I loved being in the woods with my granddad. We would take trips to this small place called Hogansville, Georgia.
Bro, Maryland's woods got so much wildlife to offer. It's not even funny. Lizards, snakes, turtles, frogs. I mean, the list goes on and on. And then Maryland's waters is even crazier too for the fish, the crabs.
Small spot in Georgia. And my granddad had a lot of land. So yeah, the whole like slave lineage, my great granddad was a slave and a slave owner. I'm sorry. And ended up raping one of the women. And so we come from like that lineage, and that land and that plot of land ended up staying with the family because the guy who is a white guy who was a slave owner, of course, and having a relationship and with one of the slaves and mistresses, whatever you want to call her. And somehow that land, because he loved her, got inherited to our family. And he has a bunch of land out there. And yeah, my grandmother and my mom picked cotton and cleaned homes for people. So yeah, it was like that. But I would go down there in the summertime, and I loved being outdoors with him. He would take me hunting and showed me how to shoot my first gun, which was a 20 gauge shotgun, and how to farm. So I like farming. I'm not a farmer, but I like to grow and plan and maintain the crops and stuff. I like doing that as a kid.
Very cool.
Yeah. And then I guess around middle school is where I got into the whole sniper thing. And the 6th grade, my mom helped me make my first ghillie suit out of yarn, green yarn, sewing yarn, and a black jumpsuit that I had. And I called that my first ghillie suit, laying outside in the field or in the grass and trying to scare people. And then I actually learned how to make a ghillie suit in middle school with the burlap on an old uniform, and yeah, hiding out in my front yard, sneaking home from school or pretending to be sick so I could come home from school early. So when the kids got off the school bus, I could scare them when they got off the school bus, and sometimes take pop shots with a little BB gun and stuff like that. They were all my friends and stuff, but that's what we used to do as kids. Shoot each other with the one pump BB guns. And yeah, so that was like my thing, I guess, as a kid. Sports-wise, I was never great. I've tried them all minus tennis and golf. No, my best friend, Andre, his granddad is a Vietnam vet, and he had golf clubs, and we stole his one day, and I ended up getting in trouble. But it was cool to, I guess the concept of golf, I think, was okay. I just never could hit the ball good. So wasn't good at that. Sucked at soccer. Football, I was okay. I just liked to hit people, and I was never really great though. By far, I had no future in it. Basketball, too short, not great at it either. So sports, no, not so much.
So pretty average kid, not a tremendous amount of athletic ability, not great in school.
Mm-hmm.
What was the home life like? Were you close with your parents and siblings?
No. So my older sister, our second oldest, she was in and out for the beginning portion of my life, my younger years. She would be in and out for a year or two. So we never really had a close relationship. She had my back when I would get into fights. I got into a lot of fights, and she would help out when she could. But she was always gone too. My younger sister, she's always been there. We have the same mom and dad, and we're tight, we're close. Just like your average brother and sister. We fight. We used to always fight. She's tough. But other than that, it was, I think, as far as my family, my mom and dad, no, they didn't know how to love. In their defense, and they've been open about that, they didn't know how to love. They come from a broken home that, for fun, my dad would get beat up by his dad and his 8 brothers and sisters, and my mom's 8 sisters and brothers. That's what the dads did in the household. They would get wasted and beat the kids with whatever objects they could find.
Oh, man.
Yeah. So they didn't know how to, and that lineage has just, gone on and gone on. So when I popped out and we did it, they didn't know how to love or how to show emotion. My mom was never told by her dad that he loved her for, her entire life. My dad's dad died when he was in the 6th grade, and then it was just a hard lifestyle for him. They were both poor. Yeah, very poor. So they didn't know how to love. So for me, how my parents would deal with anything was violence, was by that. So it was like that. Yeah.
Do you think that affects you to this day?
100%.
Really?
100%. Me and my sister were having a conversation about it because she has issues too. She was raped as a kid, and
shit.
Yeah, by a close friend. It was not the best childhood, but as far as it affecting us now, 100%. I tried, and I don't want to be like that, so I stay away from that. But because I know what it does to a child, and I don't want that for my son. But for my sister and I, it's 100% affects us to this day. Not many friends, I think. We push people away a lot, This is going to sound weird, but we weren't allowed to have friends growing up. My parents were very, controlling in that nature of who we could hang out with, who could be our friends. And it was
Why do you think that is?
I don't know. I've questioned that so much, and I don't know. I at one point I thought it was because they did not want the word to get out that, I get spanked and or beat, at least 3-4 times a week, and that was normal. That was extremely normal. But whether you didn't do anything or if someone was having a bad day, or it didn't matter. You just always felt that you weren't good enough. So it was my fault that I just was not being a good son. So it was, in my mind, it made sense why I would get spanked and beat. Looking back at it, of course, I don't think that was the reason. I know I wasn't a bad kid, you know. But then also growing up, I had, you know, my next door neighbor, the only friend, my friend to this day, Andre. We've helped each other a lot. You know, I've seen his mom be beaten by her boyfriends, and I've had to help with his mom, and I've seen him and his brother get absolutely destroyed by their 250-pound dad or stepdad at the time. I just grew up around that. So it wasn't like my next door neighbors sold drugs and I've seen them fight and, you know, with people who owed them money or whatever. And it was just normal. So I didn't feel like I had it that bad, you know?
How did you and your sister navigate your way through that?
Stayed in our room. Yeah. Mainly for her. I would stay outside as long as I could, but it always felt like if I was having too much fun, my dad would cut it short. Yeah. Like, come inside and do something. Go clean up something. Or, yeah. It never really felt like I was allowed to be me or have that much fun without having mom or dad or whatever pick something out and bash you for it, you know?
Damn, man.
Yeah.
What would you say to kids that are growing up in abusive environments today?
Wow.
If you had a piece of advice for them.
Man.
I never thought that the shirt I wore to school one spring morning would lead to a federal lawsuit, but the reaction from the adults running my school didn't leave me with much choice. My school spends all of June expressing its view on LGBTQ+ issues, and school officials encourage us to wear our pride gear to celebrate Pride Month.
Fuck this bullshit. Nah, this is some grade A bullshit right here. This is some grade A bullshit the Target's pulling right here. Oh my goodness gracious. So the girl in the back right here in the pink shirt, in the pink sweater can have a nice pink sweater. The girl behind her can have a nice colored green. The girl over here has a purple color on. And this nigga right here got some rainbow hearts on. Nah, this shit needs to get kicked the fuck off of YouTube. How do you report an ad? I need to report this ad, bro. Yeah, nah, we reporting these ads around here. Share this tab instead. I think it infringes upon this my rights. No, it was not helpful. Not. Ad is one or ads. Ad. I think that's how you do it. Bitch. That shit wild. That shit wild.
It's going to end one day. If you have...
Oh. Stop sharing. Always do the dumbest shit. But no, that shit is actually that shit is crazy. I mean, they did say they was gonna go after the kids in the schools. What can you expect?
It's just you have to be careful about it. I get it that you don't want to get anyone in trouble in the wrong way, and you don't want to also get yourself in even more trouble.
Fuck them. That's what I say.
That's a tough one. Yo, I mean, for me, what I did, but I don't...
Like Joey Diaz says, hold on, we're going to pull up this Joey Diaz clip real quick. Is my mic even on? Yes, my mic's on. We're going to pull up this Joey Diaz clip real quick, man. Hold on.
but like the last time I saw the two of you, you were like kissing and telling each other how much you loved each other. And then like 16 years passes and it's the worst like divorce that Texas has ever known. That's what divorce lawyers were saying. Like, and all
How's it the worst?
Oh, they just,
because it went national,
and they just hated each other so much. I mean, they hate each other.
Sad.
I said, and now Alex has got a staff of like 75 people, you know, with like these giant hangers for his supplements, his male vitality.
Think about me saying the word. You'll vote for the fucking Momo, and then you get mad. Think about me saying the word fuck. With that, I'm out of here. I gotta go smoke a cigarette.
Hell on.
Very solid points.
Don't do the. No, I know. Joey, you get it.
I'm with you, but this is just to let the American public know that every 4 years they buy the same shit they've been buying every 4 years, and the same people with their Harvard articulation and how they don't curse, and they're Christians and they have a family, and these are the same people that shove it up your fucking ass every year. The one thing that you get about me is I'll say fuck, but I will not fucking rob you. If I need something, I'll ask you like a man. Hey, go fuck yourself, you cock.
Hold on 1 second.
Take a joke, take a shuttle. Joey Diaz, Facebook, Twitter, check yourself before you wreck yourself. Big dicks in your ass.
Get out of here. You're in trouble. I think I'm power. This is the. I'm throwing. All right. Listen.
Oh shit, that was fucking comedy gold right there. Trying to find the original clip.
I had a little bag of reefer in my fucking.
No, you didn't.
This is a conspiracy thing. This is just to show you how hard the airport people are working with their fucking X-ray machine. Now, I had it in a baggie and I put it under my left nut.
No, okay, we're not telling this story. That's enough.
Yes, for freedom of speech, I'll call Obama right now.
I'll call Obama right now.
The X-ray machine. I'm standing there sweating bullets with this baggie under my fucking.
Oh, that's
nut.
enough.
Because
Stop.
my left nut's bigger than the right nut because I'm a righty.
Stop.
People don't know that. I thought I had cancer for a couple of weeks. The opposite hand is
like Satan's in the control room.
Listen to me. So I'm standing with my legs open, with this weed stinking.
You're like Rodney Dangerfield.
Listen, stop fucking Rodney. I had this weed was stinking up a storm, not to mention my balls. I'm sweating now because I'm going to go to jail tonight. And also the guy goes, he's clear. And he shook my hand. I'm like, my taxpayers are hard at work.
My taxpayers are hard at work.
1 second.
Take a joke, take a shuttle. Joey Diaz, Facebook, Twitter, check yourself before you wreck yourself. Big dicks in your ass.
Get out of here. You're in trouble.
That shit is so funny. Oh man, we gotta go back to the Nick Irving now, man. This is a long one. Share screen. How do you do this? I've been here before.
I don't think it's the healthiest way. You just know it's going to end one day. And I wanted to leave my home at a young age, young age, and couldn't wait to leave home. I haven't been back since like that. So it's going to end one day, staying strong. And yeah, that's like, it sucks not having, I've never thought about that. I don't know. It's a really tough one. I can just, go by my experience, but also see what that's done to me and my family. It's not saying.
Did you ever run away?
Yeah.
How young were you when that started?
Oh my. Old enough to where I thought running away was where you take a stick and a bandana and you tie it at the end of it and put your stuff in there. And I went like down the block and stayed for a few hours and realized I don't have anywhere to sleep. So I went back home and I ran away to my friend's house one time, and I knew that if I stayed away too long, that when I got back, my parents were gonna destroy me. So I just came back and got the lesser spanking as opposed to, getting laid on pretty good.
Wow. So you graduated in 2004?
Yeah.
And what happened then?
Immediately thereafter. I signed the contract while in high school. I was so in the 10th and 11th grade, I went to Annapolis. I was in ROTC and I was in Navy Sea Cadet Corps. And I went to this baby SEAL program where you have to, like, to get in, you take the real SEAL PFT or test where I think it was like a 500-meter swim in 12 minutes, 30 seconds or something, and 2.5-mile run and pull-ups, sit-ups, and it's to the standard. But did that at 16, got scuba qualified. My whole route was Navy SEAL, and it didn't pan out that way. I'm colorblind, and Navy didn't want me. So in my senior year is when I signed the Army contract, and I had to get the parental consent from my parents to sign me off. And 2 weeks after I graduated, I was on the bus heading to airport to go to Fort Benning. Yeah.
This 4th of July, rev up your riding experience with star-spangled deals from helmets to boots, jerseys to gloves. Gear up and celebrate the red, white, and blue, all while saving some green. Don't miss your chance to save. Visit motorsport.com.
Real quick, so you wanted to be a SEAL.
Yeah.
You couldn't get in because you were colorblind.
Mm-hmm.
How did Rangers come up? How did that get introduced to you?
So I failed the color vision test the first time, and it was called the Easy Horror Test. Like this book, and you see the numbers in that pattern of colors. And I didn't see any number except for the number you're not supposed to see. And they told me I was colorblind, and I could not be a SEAL or anything of that nature. I had like a very small, I guess, list of jobs that I could do in the Navy, none of which I wanted to do. And my ASVAB score was not high enough to get those jobs. So I came back and I studied online, dial-up internet. Not dial-up, it ran on a modem, but I downloaded all the Easy Horror tests that I possibly could think of or find on the internet at the time, and I studied them and the answers. So when I went back, hopefully, when I retake the test, I could pass it because I studied the test and I know the answers to it. I went back a month or two later, not even 2 months, maybe like a month later. And instead of the Easy Horror test, they had this weird light test. And it looked like a traffic light, but different colors of light. And I completely failed that one too. So I broke down, I'm crying. And next door, this Army chick, nurse, she heard me crying. She came in, or as I'm walking out, she peeked her head into the doorway and said, come over to her room. Went over there, and it was an Army recruiter there she was talking to, and she introduced me to him, and he started talking about, do I know what Army Rangers are and Green Berets? I was like, I know what a Green Beret is. But I'm not too fond of what a Ranger is. I saw them in Black Hawk Down, but I didn't like what they were doing. It was not what Delta was doing. So I thought I didn't really know what a Ranger was. And he said, well, they're like Navy SEALs, but they don't swim. I was like, okay, well, that's fine. I can do that then. And the lady who was going to administer the color vision test, she held out the book and she traced her fingers on the number. So I just called it out. I was like, 12, 5, and I couldn't see anything. And I still have the document where I had 0 out of 14 to 14 out of 14 my color vision test. Savage. And that's how I got into the Army.
Damn, no kidding.
Yeah.
And 9/11 had already happened.
Yeah.
So it's this 2004 time frame. So we're already at war.
Yeah.
I mean, is that what you wanted to do?
Oh, 100%. 100%. After I saw what happened, and like some of the seniors during that time were in ROTC, they were going to go off and, join the military too. And I just didn't want to feel like left out and missed the party. I already felt like I missed the party, but I wanted to at least get in and contribute some type of way. I had no other option. I couldn't do college. I graduated with the 1.7 GPA from high school, and I barely pulled that off. So it was the only option for me was the military. And yeah, I went there after 9/11 and knew I was going to deploy once I found out exactly what Rangers do. Granted, as long as I made it. If I made it, then I knew for a fact I was going to go to combat. So that was partially my driving force. The other was I grew up telling my, best friend Andre, and my family that I'm going to do this thing. I can't come back. So to fail and not make that would mean it was not an option. I couldn't let it happen. I had to do it.
What about the sniper thing?
Not always wanted to be a sniper. Since ghillie suit days is when I wanted to be a sniper. Like, I was a decent shot as a kid growing up and going out to the country. I was okay, but not like, anything that would make me stand out. But the sniper thing came after. So for us, it is you go through, at the time it was called R.A.S.P. This was after basic and after airborne. Make it through airborne, overcome my fear of heights, my shattered tibia, fibia, pull that off, and going on to R.A.S.P, Ranger Indoctrination Program. It was like a month, I believe. I want to say it was a month long. And all it was just a beatdown fest of you just get smoked. We had 95 or 98 guys going in, and we graduated 6 from that original class and 7 with the rollover. So we had a 7-man graduation and made it through that and got into battalion.
So that's less than a 10% success rate.
That was a weird class. It was a brutal class. It was bad. It was a smoke fest. After that is when they slowly started to come out with R.A.S.P.
How long is R.A.S.P?
At that time, it was like a month long, a little over a month, I think.
Is it a selection process?
Yeah. It's a selection to get to battalion, the 75th. Now it's called R.A.S.P, Ranger Assessment Selection Program, or I forget what it's called. But now it's R.A.S.P, and it's essentially the same thing, but they've extended it to where they teach you something now. So when you get to the battalion, you're just not like some guy who's just a beat up, weak private who can't do the basics of a door breach or breaching a door or clearing a room. So now they've incorporated that. Back then it wasn't like that. And so, we graduated. I go into battalion. I get there right as my guys were coming back from Afghanistan. I did an entire train up with them, and I deployed to Crit, Iraq.
Hold on. Before we get into the deployments in the regiment, let's take a quick break.
Mm-hmm.
When we come back, we'll talk about what it was like for you showing up at the regiment.
Oh my, yeah.
Perfect.
So, you're a creator, pouring your heart into your content, sweating every word, every pixel, praying to the algorithm.
I've seen a lot during my time as a Navy SEAL and a CIA contractor, and I've learned even more hosting this show. Shopify.com/Shawn, that's all lowercase. Go to Shopify.com/Shawn now to grow your business no matter what stage you're in. That's Shopify.com/Shawn. All right, Nick, we're back from the break. You're checking into the regiment. How did that feel coming from R.A.S.P, walking into the regiment? I'm guessing this is probably around 2005-ish.
Yep.
A very hot time in both wars, both the Afghanistan war and the Iraq war.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure there's a lot of experience coming home that had to be pretty intimidating.
Oh, yeah. Dude, it was like, when you put on that tan beret, you feel like a Ranger, you look like a Ranger, and I felt like I had really accomplished something, which I did, but
Do you get the tan beret after R.A.S.P? When does that happen?
Yeah, as soon as you graduate R.A.S.P, you get the tan beret. So you start off with the black beret, which used to be the Rangers beret. Then regular Army adopted the black beret. Rangers got the tan. And as soon as you graduate R.A.S.P, like you're doing your ceremony, you do your Ranger creed, and you get your tan beret and you don your tan beret. And from there, I had to walk across the street, do this big privacy brown fence, and like 200 yards away, and that was 3rd Ranger Battalion. So I didn't have to get on a bus or anything. Just carried my bags, went over to the compound, checked in, got my room, and I had 2 duffel bags, my bed, and some empty drawers in my room. And I lived out those duffel bags like my entire stay at the barracks. But my first day there, no one was back in, battalion. They were all coming back from that deployment. So I had it pretty much to myself for like 2 or 3 days a weekend or so. So I didn't really know what to expect. I sat in my room most of the time and stared at the four walls, called family every once in a while.
What's your family think now that you've made it? I mean, it sounds like your parents were really hard on you.
Yeah. I tell you.
Sounded like they were pretty upset that your grades weren't phenomenal.
Yeah.
You weren't a stellar athlete. Forgive me for saying this. I feel the same way about my childhood. So it sounds like you felt like you were a very unimpressive human being at the time.
Yeah.
So what was it like when you got your tan beret?
Oh, wow.
And how did that feel to tell your family? Or did you even care?
They cared to the degree of, at first no one thought that I was going to make it. So in basic training, I didn't like it. I didn't like waking up at 4 a.m. I wasn't used to that. I wasn't used to running, rucking, and all that. So I wanted to quit basic training like early on, very early on. And I remember calling home on the payphone on a break we had during basic. And I called my dad on the payphone, and I'm telling him I don't want to be there and I want to come home. And I was just going through it. And he told me, you can't come home. Like, no, stick with it. Suck it up, I guess. So I never really wanted to be there until like after, I don't know, the first 7 weeks or so out of the 14-week basic is when I kind of fell in the groove of things. And it was not smooth sailing. I messed up, fractured my tibia fibias and in both legs. And it was kind of smooth sailing. They came to that graduation.
To your boot camp graduation?
To my boot camp one. And they came to the airborne graduation where I got honor grad. And
you got honor grad?
Yeah. From the kid who, I still struggle with heights to this day. Anything above 10 feet, it's like, I could black out, bro. I could black out. So it was traumatizing, but it was cool to overcome that. And I don't know if that's why I got honor grad, but I got honor grad and they came to that graduation. And I think that's when the realization of he might actually go through with this. And I became a Ranger. And it was like, they were happy, but I guess scared at the same time because they knew what comes after that was going to be combat or war. So I think they, at that point, wanted to separate themselves from that. My mom, she claims to this day, or she says that a lot of her depression comes from that time in my life, was the constant deployment. But I just never understood that because I didn't feel that love at home. So when it came time and I actually did become what I've been saying all those years, it was like the realization for everybody kicked in, but it was too late. So
can we backtrack just a second? Because excuse my ignorance. Sometimes I get it confused between Ranger School and R.A.S.P. It sounds like R.A.S.P is the biggest kick in the ass out of the two.
100%. 100%.
So I'd like to revisit R.A.S.P. I mean, how long is R.A.S.P?
About a month long.
It's a month.
Yeah. Oh, a R.A.S.P now? I'm not sure. It's over a month. When I was going through, it was a month long. No days off.
What does that entail?
Oh, yeah. Monday through Monday, physical, like a beatdown. It really kicks. So for you guys, you have Hell Week. And for us, we have Cold Range. We march out. I believe it's a 12 or 15 mile ruck to Cold Range. And the time limit given, which was like, I forget, 3 hours, 4 hours. And I forget the time hack for it. But we make it there. We march out there. A lot of guys normally don't make the time hack. So you've lost, let's say, 10 guys out of that portion. You get to Cold Range and there's no like facility you live in. It's all outdoors and it's just like Hell Week, I guess, minus the water and all the boat carrying. Like we carry logs and a lot of running, a lot of just physical beatdown. You do land nav, there's no sleep. You sleep maybe out of the 3 days, I believe, 4 days. Maybe we slept once, but it was a short sleep. I remember during Coal Range, just like mass exodus of guys just quitting, 10 one day, 20 the next day. And for me, it was like, I thought that I was going to be that guy because I looked at everyone else and I'm like, man, they're taller. They are built like, rest his soul, Pat Tillman, like mini Pat Tillmans, like football players that are built good. And I just wasn't built that way of, what I expected a Ranger to be, or spec ops guy.
I mean, Rangers do have a stereotype of being skinny, wiry,
and short
individuals.
Yeah. I've always got SEALs to be the opposite. I think to be a swimmer, I always thought you had to be like Michael Phelps height or whatever. But yeah, I can tell a Ranger out of a crowd. There's a very distinct personality and look. But yeah, so it was just a mass beatdown. And
we're talking like a 90% attrition rate.
Yeah, it was brutal, man. It was brutal. And it was the biggest shock for me, but everything was kind of like a blur. It all blurred together of no sleep, little food, and just a continuous beatdown, man. Physical beatdown. Everything's hurting. Everything hurts. You're never on time. Nothing's ever good enough. It was just a smoke fest. Like you might get put in a room and do push-ups for, I don't know, a few hours until the room sweats. That's what we make it rain. So we, bunch of guys in a room sweating. It's hot, humid. They crank the air up, turn the heat on, and it looks like it rained in there. There's just so much sweat all over the place. And sometimes you'd have condensation build up on the walls in a small room. It's stuff like that. A lot of running. It's like every Ranger was a marathon runner. And I was never built to run like that. I could do my 5 mile in 40 minutes. I'm like a 38-minute 5 miler. And that's like my max. The mile runs those guys could do, the fastest I've seen was like a 5:30, 5:20 something, 5:30 something.
Shit.
And fastest I've ever got was like a 6:30. And it was on one occasion, fluke of nature. Maybe the clock was wrong, but that's the fastest I've ever been. I'm normally a 7-minute guy. But, and Rangers just run and run and run. And that's what I didn't like about it. Was that's all we do for PT, and that's all like we focused on was the endurance and long distance running. And I hated that. And ruck marches. A lot of physical beatdown. And like I said, by the end of the class, it was dwindled down to 6 guys, and we had the rollover come in the last portion.
Is there any team events?
Are there any team events?
Yeah, in R.A.S.P.
Not
It's all individual.
Really. Yeah, it's pretty much individual. Like especially at land nav and night land nav, and yeah, I would say it's a fair amount of just being by yourself or doing things to a standard just for you, as opposed to a team. And if one guy messed up, then the whole class would get in trouble for it. But at the end of the day, it came down to just who wanted to quit and who would not quit. They had like one event at Coal Range where we're standing in formation. We had just got done getting our balls smoked off, and we're standing in formation outside of the big tarp trucks, the deuce and a halves. And the instructors are by this big barrel fire, and they're cooking and roasting hot dogs, and they had pizza out there. And they're like, all you have to do is just come over. We know you're hurt. We know you're sucking. It's cold. Just come over, got hot coffee. We got pizza and hot dogs for you guys waiting on the other side. But if you come over here, you can't come back. And a few guys left to go get the food. And that was it for them. They told us to all get on the back of the trucks. We're heading back. And they drove around for like 30 minutes. And you think you lost all concept of time. So you're thinking, oh, we're finally going to go back and hit the sack for a little bit, at least be in a room on a nice bed. And we drove around for a little bit, and they opened the tarps, and we're still at Coal Range where we started off at. And that was a big demoralizer. So that more guys quit after we arrived back at Coal Range, got smoked some more, got back on the trucks, and then we finally went back to the barracks. And
Was there ever a time where you wanted to check out? You wanted
every
to quit?
day, every day.
What
every
kept you
single
going?
day. Watching other guys quit. I would, I guess, not feed off of it. I guess you could say feed off of it, where at least I wasn't that guy. So if I wasn't that guy, I can go a little bit longer until maybe somebody else quits. They can't have us all quit. I just have to outlast that guy or the next guy or someone else. But every single day I wanted to quit. More so in Ranger school, but every day I wanted to quit. I think I was just too stupid to even do it at the time. Too much.
Interesting. So they make it appealing to quit.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Huh.
So that was the biggest thing about R.A.S.P. And I think that's what I think made it hard too, is it was different than basic training. You're more on your own and you're given a set of instructions to do something and you do it. You're not like in basic training where they hold your hand the whole way. It was different in that aspect too. And just how mean they were. Like, these guys were demonic, it felt like. I was terrified of Rangers going in. I saw a guy with the tambourine. As a kid, avert your eyes. And I would always say to myself, oh my gosh, this guy's probably killed people. And that would terrify me because a Ranger to me always looked very neat, very, very neat, very well put together. And knowing that this guy, or thinking that, this guy has taken a life, was like weird to me. It scared me. So I was always scared to look these guys in the eye of, that. So I was scared of all my instructors.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right. So let's move forward again.
Mm-hmm.
You're checked in. You're at 3rd Ranger Battalion.
Mm-hmm.
What's it like when you meet your team?
Terrifying. I heard a mass, like a stampede, coming through the barracks. They're screaming, loud, doors being kicked, and they're screaming, where's the fucking new guy? And I'm huddled in my room, sitting on my bed, terrified. I'm like, there's no way they're going to find out I'm in here. And all of a sudden, I lock my door, and I see my door shaking, and they're picking the lock. Then they kick my door open. All these guys come in, and they flood my room with beers in hand. And like, you got to drink all this. So I'm looking at them like, I'm not even a drinker like that. I had like one Heineken in Airborne, and I hated it. So now I'm stuck with this room full of Rangers shoving beer down my mouth and throat. And let's take that back. That sounds really bad, but they're giving me a bunch of beer and stuff like that to drink. And I remember getting just absolutely shit-faced. And that next morning we had to run like 6 miles and me throwing up. But it wasn't as bad as I thought. It was just terrifying that these guys, in my mind, all just came back from killing people in war. And
Had they?
Yeah. They were in Afghanistan during that time, and they did a few recovery operations with the SEAL team. And most of the stuff in Afghanistan, that's when they were getting into more of the direct action type stuff. So they were upping their package and their amount of combat that they did see. Prior to that, it was a lot of working with Delta and pulling security and stuff like that before, I guess they got their hands full, Delta, and we started picking up the more direct action and purely just direct action raids, and sometimes doing side-by-sides where Delta's hitting one building and we're hitting the other building, and working with them in that nature. It was terrifying, but also at the same time, I felt like it was good to be a part of a group like that. I just wasn't sure if I could hang because they were animals, physically fit. And I had no idea if I was going to be able to even keep up with these guys. So I thought my time was going to be short-lived because like these guys could be hammered one night and the next morning running 6-mile runs like it's nothing. And it was, I didn't think I was going to be able to keep up with these guys. And then we went on to the training cycle, 6 months training cycle. started off with airfield seizure, and that was my first introduction. This was like a few weeks after I arrived. And my first exercise was taking over an airfield and had no idea how to do it, except for how to jump out of a plane. And it was my first nighttime jump in full combat gear and equipment. And as a new guy, you're stacked onto this C-17 and the Humvees are in the middle of the formation, lined up on the bed of the C-17, and watching them get sucked out the back ramp as a new guy, never seeing this. My mind's blown of like, wow, this is pretty neat. I'm actually doing like cool guy stuff. And it's time to jump. My first jump in battalion, I'm weighted down. You jump out into this pitch blackness and my risers got stuck under my left leg. I ended up tumbled through my risers, and I get a cigarette roll. So I'm falling, and I knew something was wrong because I can still hear the wind of the whistling of the wind and the black figures, bodies like passing me at a higher rate than what I knew was, not right. And I can hear people as I'm following, pull your reserve, screaming, pull my reserve. And I watch this thing come out like slow motion, and it, comes out, and I'm looking down. I don't have much room left, maybe 500 feet, a little less than 500 feet or so. And I'm coming in on the tarmac of the runway. So I'm trying to slip and pull my risers on my reserve, but those don't steer the way your main parachute will. And I'm all tangled up and tied out. My gun, a Mark 48 machine gun, is flung out somewhere and lost in the field. It popped out, and yeah, bad experience. I landed on one leg, tore up my pants, had no weapon, and I show up to the rally point in the middle of this airfield, about to take over the airfield, and I'm mimicking like I have a gun because I didn't want to say, hey, I lost my gun. As a new guy, my first jump. So I'm mimicking like I have a gun and hoping no one's going to notice. And the first thing they notice, like, Irv, where the fuck is your gun? And I say, I don't know, Sergeant. It's somewhere in the field. I lost it. And he blew his lid. So I had to mimic the entire taking over the airfield without a weapon, just nods, a helmet, and yeah, nothing. So got the entire battalion in trouble. We all had to go out there.
Pretty humiliating as a new guy.
Very. And not on top of that, the next morning, we had to all get on formation, the entire battalion pretty much, and walk the airfield. While I stood on the back of a truck and watched all the guys look for my equipment to make me stand out. So that was my first experience.
Shit.
Yeah. After that, it was never happened again.
I mean, that can create a lot of hatred.
Oh yeah, it was a lot.
How did you rectify that?
Didn't fuck up anymore and performed to my best, or as best as I could, not failing anything. I wasn't allowed to. Like, that's the whole, I guess, the big thing about Rangers is the standard. Like, if you mess up a standard or if you don't perform to standard, you get RFS, which was released for standards. At any point in time in your career, you can be released. So I guess to rectify that was staying the gray man for as long as possible until my first deployment and keeping my head down and just performing. And I figured, and which happened, was after my first deployment is where I started to get respect and become a part of that team of doing my job on deployment. I think that's where most of it came from.
It was on deployment.
Yeah.
When did you figure out where you were going for your first deployment?
Oh, like the last month. A month prior. It's always fluctuating. 1 minute you're going to Baghdad, maybe Afghanistan, Jalalabad, or you're going to Tikrit or Mosul. It's always a toss-up. And like at the last moment is where you kind of find out within that last month or so. We found out we were going to Tikrit, Iraq, and they were saying it was a pretty hot environment at the time, which it was. And like we ended up doing that deployment, 120 missions, and that 90-day deployment. We were doing 90 days at a time before we went to the 120 to keep up with Delta's rotation. But the 90-day 120 missions was like average for.
You did 120 missions in 90 days?
Yeah. Yeah.
What's going through your head when you figure out you're going to decrypt Iraq?
When I weighed 300 pounds, I made a sacred commitment that I was going to lose the weight.
I was scared. I thought it was going to be like Saving Private Ryan, where you get off for me, I thought when we lower the ramp on the C-17, it's because we get picked up in our backyard. So we don't go to like an airport. It's not announced when we're leaving. It's just the C-17 lands in the back runway behind our compound. You get on and we fly to Germany. From Germany, we go to where we're going. I thought when they lower the ramp, it was going to be bullets flying. I'm going to come out charging, and that's how you enter war. But instead, it was the exact opposite. And I kind of got that picture as a new guy when I was also high on Ambien. I took the Ambien pill before I was supposed to, and I didn't know what Ambien was. I knew it was a sleeping aid, but I took it before I was supposed to. So I had to fight staying awake while on this C-17 waiting to taxi off the runway.
Oh, shit.
And as I'm sitting there waiting, I started to see faces pop out of the chairs. I'm hallucinating. Like I'm cracked off this Ambien and I'm hallucinating and I'm seeing stuff. And my team leader, Salazar, he's like, did you take your Ambien before? I'm like, yes, I'm tripping. And he's like, dude, just wait. Finally get an opportunity to sleep. But yeah, we get off the C-17. We're running off, or I think we're going to run off. And I don't have a mag for my gun with bullets. I'm like, where do we get bullets? Did I miss that meeting where they handed out the bullets before we go on this deployment? And I'm saying to myself, well, when we run off the C-17, I'm going to pick up the first guy's ammo that drops, like Saving Private Ryan. But
you legitimately thought that's what
I thought that's how we come into war. And they lowered the ramp, and you see people walking around, little coffee bean shops and Burger King joints and stuff like that, and food places, and it smelled like not bad. It smelled like, well, Iraq, but where we first landed at, it just smelled normal. I didn't smell like bombs and anything like that, burning bodies. No, it was pretty chill when we landed. Drove to our compound. It's a compound within the big compound, but it's all sectioned off with big 12-foot T-barriers and satellite communications in there. And you have to have a badge to get into this compound and stuff like that. It was pretty neat. And within the first 8 hours we were in country is when we got our first mission. And I remember going out that night, landing we were on a Black Hawk helicopter, feet hanging out off the side doors, and we land and get off, and I see them raid this home. I'm a machine gunner at the time, so I'm pulling security and just hearing the stuff going on and inside and how they got to the
What was the op?
Direct action. We were going to go kill or capture a high-value target, and they got there. The assault teams went in, did their thing, and looking at it through nods was just like, it was like watching the news almost. It didn't feel like I was really there. It was like an outer body experience, of watching these guys do their thing. And I had been watching them my entire training cycle, but seeing them in combat do it, and I wasn't sure if it was a 9-banger going off or just a regular banger, or if it was gunshots going off inside this little home we were raiding. But it was cool seeing them do that. And I got a chance for the first time to see how fast they were and how good they were. But it was just surreal. Like, I didn't feel like I was really there. Like, did I really earn my spot to be here as a new guy? Or I didn't feel like I was ready yet. I didn't feel like I was ready yet. 6 months went by really fast.
Yeah.
So I felt like that, but got into the groove really quick. I had a really good team leader.
Were there any engagements on that first op?
Not the first one, no. Just bangers going off that I thought were, gunshots, but it was just, I guess, a normal routine op. We didn't start getting into firefights until maybe a few ops after that. It happened pretty quick. Within the first 3 or 4 ops, 5 ops, we were getting into pretty good contact.
How long after you got into country were you on your first operation?
8 hours. Yeah.
8 hours.
Yeah. 8 hours. Sometimes it's fast. we've done some where as soon as you land, you're getting geared up and you're heading out the door within a few hours. It's really quick.
Wow.
And I think the way we trade off. So there's always a battalion overseas. So for us being 3rd Ranger Battalion, we would replace the outgoing battalion, which would be 1st. Our 1st would come in to replace us. So we were replacing 2nd. And the way we would pass off information and the packages and the intel that we've gathered, we just pick it up and continue on with the missions that they were going to be doing anyways if they would have stayed for another 3 months or so. And we build our intel and stuff like that from the homes that we raid and build more packages and stuff that way.
So if I remember correctly, on your first deployment, you did 120 operations within 90 days.
Mm-hmm.
We
were doing multiple a day sometimes too.
5 or 6. After 5 or 6 is when you started getting into full-blown engagements.
Oh, yeah.
Let's talk about the first operation where you and your team or team got into an engagement.
Yeah. We were in...
What was the operation?
It was regarding Zarqawi. Around that time, we weren't going after him yet. It was around that time, going after somebody else. With the group the guys that he ran with. And I remember landing on the Blackhawks. We get off and walking to the objective. We were walking down this long field through like palm groves. And we get to this compound with like scattered buildings around it. And my back is up against this brick wall, partly destroyed brick wall. My team leader is next to me, and we call him Ramrod, another machine gunner next to me. I'm a machine gunner, and we're waiting for the snipers to gain position to overwatch the objective before the assault team goes in. And I started hearing, at first I thought my Peltor, my hearing protection, I thought that I forgot to change batteries and it was malfunctioning because I heard these weird clicks and snaps in my hearing protection. And all of a sudden I can feel like gravel crumbling and hitting my helmet and my back a little bit. The next thing I felt was my team leader shoving me to the ground, rams down on the ground, and I'm confused, like, what is going on? And he's like, dude, we're getting shot at. And that's what that noise was. I thought gunshots were like the movies are boom, boom, you hear that, and not that snap that goes by. That's what I was hearing, thinking that my hearing protection was like malfunctioning. So he pins me on the ground, and I started to hear the snipers engaging on the rooftop, and I'm hearing the snaps come in more and more. We pick up, change positions, set up a support by fire line. The assault team goes on the rooftop, and I think they smoked like 14 guys or 15 guys up there. Like we have a newspaper article. I have a newspaper article from that engagement. Helicopter goes down, a little bird hits a power line, it goes down, and I see that, and I never saw anything like that. It just looked like maybe he popped flares or something. I was not sure what had happened, but then I see the helicopter go down into this big, wide open field. Then we get the call over comms. Helo's down. We have to go rescue this helicopter pilot and get him out. So they're still engaged in the main objective. A small team, me, my team leader, 2 or 3 other guys, we all pick up and we run to the down helicopter, like a mile away, a little less than a mile away. We pick up, run there. It's the fastest I've ever ran a mile in full kit. We get there and you see the helicopter pilot, the little bird pilot, like huddled down. He had a small MP5, like the short MP5s.
Mm-hmm.
He had one of those, and his eyes are as big as, saucers, man. And he's scared. We set up a support by fire line overlooking him. And that's when AC-130 started kicking in and laying down people that were all coming in from that village nearby, coming to get the pilot and helicopter pieces. I don't know. And yeah, that was a pretty intense operation on that one.
Damn.
That was the first time that I was engaged and had to like witness and experience that. Yeah. Everything after. I never pulled the trigger. Like, that was the first time I would say, not out of fear, but more so out of like, I didn't know what I was shooting at. You know, it was to put fire down in this general direction, and you traverse and search, if I'm correct, where you traverse and search with like a heartbeat. You're doing that with your machine gun and helping the AC-130 and all the other things we had going on, mortars and stuff. But I never like line my laser up on someone and pull the trigger on them. That didn't happen till shortly after. And it was weirdly with an M4. I had been a Mark 48 gunner that entire time, but also drove Strikers that deployment. So I was to go to Striker driver school in Seattle, it's in Washington State. It's where, I forget the place now. It's in Washington State. If I remember, I'll bring it up. But it's where we drive Strikers and learn how to drive Strikers. It's that 40-ton vehicle. So I was a driver, and as a driver, you keep your M4 in the cockpit with you. And I was the guy that, would pop out the hatch and use my M4 if need be. And my first real engagement where I saw a body drop I take that back. I'm going too far ahead. The first person I ever saw was the 50 cal guy. And that was my first experience with killing someone, but he was not shooting at us. He had a vehicle full of the ID, a V-bed. But in the back at the time, they had the, what's that chemical that you clean pools with?
Chlorine.
Chlorine.
Chlorine, yeah. They had the back full of chlorine and explosives, like a chlorine bomb or whatever. That was their thing then. That was the first time I ever had to engage a person on the top of a Striker on the 50 cal. And when I got the call to engage this guy, I was like, why? And he's coming V-lining straight towards us in our convoy. And he's, maneuvering to come right at us. And I wasn't understanding what was going on. Never trained for that, And he's like, my PL slaps me on the helmet and he's shoot this mother, cussing me out. And I'm like, all right, put the sights on the hood of the car, this white car, and put the butterfly switches on it, the butterfly trigger, and skip the rounds, 9-round burst from the hood all the way into the driver's seat. And he went, veered off the road. We got out, and the assaulters did, and did their little SSE and investigated what had happened and found the explosives. And yeah, but when they opened the car, I remember him like spilling out the car.
How did that feel, knowing that you had just taken another man's life for the first time?
Did not make sense to me. It didn't make sense until I got back and I went to sleep. And that's when I had my first weird dream of, like, I didn't feel anything. It didn't feel real because it's not what I expected. I thought it was going to be like in the movies,
Big decision-making process.
Yeah. This was like, I'm not even being shot at. This guy's just driving at us at a high rate of speed. And I didn't train for that,
You gotta do what you gotta do.
And
put that 50 cal.
yeah, it was a weird feeling. I didn't have a disconnect. I didn't feel anything. But I went to bed that night, and that's when
spilled out of the car.
I had the dream of that guy was the ceiling fan, and his arms were the blades, and his head was the centerpiece where the light would be. And he started spinning, and I'm strapped to my bed, and it's spinning faster and faster until his body like starts to rip apart in my room, and he just soaks my room with blood, and I'm like bathing in his blood, and his face stayed still, was just screaming, but no sound was coming out. And that's when I was like, oh, I guess, I don't know what I just felt. I woke up scared, but I guess that was the first real moment where I had a chance to say to myself, man, I killed someone, But after that, it was like not a normal thing, but it was, as a machine gunner back then, it was a lot of shooting, a lot of, a lot of laying down fire during ambushes and things of that nature. So it was different, but it was not what I expected. The first time I shot someone with an M4 was, I was hanging out the hatch of the striker, and my guys were just, the assaulters were in this, it was almost like a trench warfare scenario where they had this trench thing. There were foreign fighters, and they had this trench system that the assaulters had to fight through. My vehicle blocked off the portion of the road so they couldn't skirt across. One guy did, and I remember I'm parked next to another striker, Rico 2 or whatever, and I remember him looking at this guy, and he puts his laser on the guy, and in his floodlight, when his floodlight hits him, that's when you see the AK. And he's running back, looking at our guys, and he's running with an AK. That guy starts shooting, my guy starts shooting at him. So I'm like, well, we got to light this guy up. And my first time doing that with an M4, I hit the safety, or not the safety, I hit the mag release on the side of my M4. Mag falls out, click, boom, one bullet comes out, hit the guy in the back, and he falls down, tumbles. And that was like the first experience I had with shooting a person and seeing the laser go on the guy and pulling a trigger and watching him collapse. But I wasn't like the sole contributor. I don't think I killed him myself. It was a joint thing where he was being shot up by
lots of lasers.
Yeah. It was my first experience, but with that though, but I don't contribute to, no, my bullet did. It was a few lasers lighting this guy up. Yeah. And it was like that for pretty much that entire deployment. Was just a lot of direct action, but the firefights were never to where we thought that we were being overrun or going to lose a firefight. It was pretty one-sided and was over pretty quick.
Did you guys lose anybody on that first deployment?
No, we did not. We lost somebody in a different platoon, I believe second platoon. We lost one guy during an IED blast that blew up his striker, and a nut that goes onto one of the screws in the striker blew and punctured the back of his back and went through him, and he bled out. That's the only guy we lost on that deployment that I knew.
Sounds like a very kinetic deployment.
Yeah. Most of them were, except for one, and that was working with SEAL Team 6 in Jalalabad. And that's the difference. Yeah. I got my, it wasn't fun.
We'll get there.
Yeah.
We'll get there. So you do a 90-day deployment, about 120 raids or ops. What is it that you think, I mean, if I remember in your outline, we talk about that your first, I mean, how did you gain your guys' respect? What was it about you that?
I went along with the program. I just fell in line. I got in trouble for stupid new guy drunk stuff that everybody was getting in trouble for at the time. Barracks fights and stuff like that. Or one time I mouthed off to a team leader because we just got back from Kentucky. We were doing some air assault stuff, like fast rope, and somewhere in Kentucky. And a team leader who was not my team leader wanted me to re-clean some 240s and Mark 48, and everybody else was going to bed. And I'm like, dude, I'm not going to do that. And he chewed me out. And the next day when I went back to work, there was a handful of team leaders who were waiting for me and ready to take care of things the way they take care of things in battalion behind the back of the shed. So it got rectified quick. Fall in line quick, yeah.
So let's wrap up your first deployment. You come home. I mean, very kinetic deployment. Sounds like a lot of killing.
Yeah.
How are you processing this at home?
I really wasn't, man. I just I felt like Robin amongst a bunch of Batmen. I was just Robin. Just I was just a sidekick, it felt like. So I didn't really, nothing really processed, I think. It happened relatively quick and I got wasted, you know, to be honest with you. Like, that was the first thing we did when we got back, was just drink and drank and drank and drank for like 2 days of binge drinking. And as soon as you're done that, you're back into training. Like, there was no time to, we had 2 weeks, 13 days. We're allotted 2 weeks per year, 1 month per year. So 2 weeks before deployment, 2 weeks after, you're allotted for that. So yeah, I went home to Maryland, stayed with my friend, did some cool stuff, I guess, got drunk and just hung out with friends. I didn't really think about too much of anything. Like, I didn't have bad dreams or anything like that. It just felt weird. I felt different. As I tell you what, I felt that I was never going to get picked on again. Like, my senior 11th grade and 12th grade I wasn't allowed to, my last year in high school, I was not allowed to get suspended anymore for fighting. I had used up all my fight days, if you want to call it that, before expulsion, and I would have to come back and repeat and just go to a different school. Like, I was bullied a little bit, I guess you could say, because I didn't fit with the crowd of guys who just lived a different lifestyle. You know, I couldn't afford to, my parents would not let me be that guy. So not being able to fall into like the guys with the streets or whatever, you would get picked on. But so I had to fight a lot, you know, and after that deployment coming back, I knew I was never going to get picked on ever again, because it was, I felt like that and I've killed people, you know, and it was not a big thing to me. Like, I didn't cry about it. It wasn't like the movies or anything. It just was what it was. So I carried that back. And I still to this day carry it I don't ever want to kill anyone again, but because I think it does take a piece of your soul every time you do it. I don't know, my opinion. But if I had to, of course I would. I would. Yeah.
At what point did your wife come into the picture?
2006. Oh, so during that deployment, during like the later portion, I'm on MySpace. I had snuck out to go to the MWR. So that was the only place where MySpace was allowed. We were not allowed to have it on our compound or anything like that. I go across the street to an MWR that the legs use, the regular Army guys, and I go in there and I hop on MySpace, and this girl, Jessica, she messages me, and her picture didn't pop up at first. And she just says, hey, we went to school, elementary school together, just wanted to reconnect or see how you were doing. And I thought it was a different Jessica that I did not like. So I clicked X and I was like, there's nothing there. But it ate me up for the rest of that day, and because I wanted to see if it was the right Jessica. I go back the next day and her page loads up, and it's the girl that I went to school with in elementary school. In the first grade, the girl I used to pick on and threw a frog on and a spider on and stuff like that, and dated elementary school style. Same girl, but just looked way hotter. And I looked at my friend who was next to me. I'm like, dude, I'm going to marry this chick. And he laughed. He chuckled about it, printed out her picture, messaged her, got her phone number, came back, and I called her from a sat phone. And we talked. She knew I was in Iraq, but she didn't know what I was doing. She knew I was in the Army and I was overseas in Iraq. Like, it's all I was allowed to say at the time or whatever. And I met her after that deployment. I got a flight to Maryland and I got a flight to San Antonio. And I went to go see her and stayed with her as a friend for a few days. I couldn't afford a hotel. I had spent all my money on some rims, 20-inch rims. and I got ripped off. They charged me like 10 grand for something that didn't even fit on my car. So it was a bad story, but spent all my money on that and plane tickets. So when I went to go see her, I was broke, but I was broke balling. I made it, it was a good time. And yeah, she liked me, but I guess not the way I wanted her to like me. She wanted to be friends, but I'm the type of guy who's that's not going to happen. And she was just getting out of a relationship. So, and he was still trying to talk to her. And my way of telling her I'm the right guy was, I will beat your guy's ass. And yeah, I just did my little, worked my magic, no voodoo. And we ended up dating in 2007, got married in 2007, November, after my second deployment in Ranger School. Yeah, our third deployment, got married. So second or third deployment, Ranger School, and then my second deployment, got married.
Okay, so you came home.
Yeah.
You met your wife.
Mm-hmm.
Go on another deployment.
Yeah.
When did it start getting serious between you and her?
Well, okay, so it was always serious to me.
Mm-hmm.
I introduced her to my friend Andre, the one I grew up with, and I introduced her as my girlfriend, and she was like, no, we're just friends. And I was way on to her early on, more so than she was me, all the way to when I proposed to her. Like, her parents, they're old-fashioned Mexican, and I was a gentleman. I approached the mom, told her my plans. I don't know how she felt about it. She seemed like she was cool about it until it was time to talk to the dad. And I kind of understood it, that he said no, but I didn't understand the why of what he believed in. So it was, when I proposed to her, it was tough because the parents were not for it, you know? They did not want any of that intermixing, you know? So she was disowned really quick. And it's more so after we had our child. She was pregnant before that, had a miscarriage. I think during I had moved her down. So it was like 2008. And the backlash she got from that initially was pretty bad. And it just went down from hill from there, as far as, like, you know, they just they don't believe in interracial, you know, at all. And they told me things about what they believed about what I was as a Black guy and what their stereotypical ideas were and why they didn't, you know, necessarily want me dating their daughter or marrying her. So it was like that, still is, and now they just don't talk and haven't in
Oh man,
forever.
they never got over that?
No. I remember when we had our child, and yeah, her dad held him in, like, disgust, gave him back, and never saw him again, and has not talked to his daughter in almost a decade.
Shit, man.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Dude, it's all good. I think people like that are just, hey man, you know, you can't change that mentality. 1, 2, it's not my first rodeo as far as being, like, not liked because of what I look like. So it was nothing, like, new. It was more so new to her. But that's what she was, you know, she grew up hearing that was, you're allowed to be friends with them, but you're not allowed to be in a relationship with them. So she was already going against that from what she was brought up with. But I don't know. I'm not mad at it though. I think it hurt her more than anything else though, you know.
We'll dive into that more later. Yeah. So you meet your wife.
Mm-hmm.
You haven't won her over yet, but you go on a second deployment.
Yeah. Oh, after I proposed to her, she says yes. And as I'm leaving to go on deployment, she said no. Parents got in the ear. So that bummed me out. I'm hurt, dude. You know, going on this deployment, I just got that news that she doesn't want to anymore. So my whole focus going over there was winning her back, you know? So I spent, like, that first month or so just constantly typing and trying to call and talking to her and trying to win her back over. And she finally did during that deployment. And we made the decision we were going to get married finally, like, when I got back. And then I got the news during that deployment in 07. We were in Mosul.
This
and that
is
was
second deployment.
Yes.
Okay.
That was a terrible deployment of mainly IEDs, the threat of IEDs. And yeah, like my first day in country, the first stop we did, we were supposed to be driving around. We had a guide who had been there and showing us like different routes we could take around the city of Mosul. We go through this one place called RPG Alley. Nothing happens. There's no RPGs. And then we go down to where going down this neighborhood or segment of this route we were taking. And the guide says, yeah, there's nothing ever happens here. It's, silent. Don't have to worry about anything here. And the striker in front of me blows up, lifts off the ground, boom. And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. So I call IED over the comms. We go to our, procedure as far as how to secure that site and provide cover. And that was within the first few hours in country, like watching my roommate get blown up by it's like a 50-pound or something IED, but they buried it too low or upside down or something that it didn't split the striker in half, but it lifted it off the ground by a few feet and snapped the axle on it. And they had to, come get it out with the big machine, big crane or something.
Was anybody injured?
Yeah, the driver was. He was injured. Nothing too serious, though. He just covered in oil. And, I think he broke his ankle or something like that.
Okay.
Something small, minute. But, that was my first experience being in Mosul. And it was like that every day. And we ran about the same amount, 110 plus missions in those 90 days. And that was a brutal deployment as far as the pace that we were trying to keep up and being run to the ground. And that was a deployment where I went dry on all my ammo. The 50 cal gunners all went dry on all 7 strikers. The Kiowa helicopters all went dry. The pilots are hanging out the side of their doors on the Kiowas doing strafing runs with their M4s and on full auto doing strafing runs we were going to go take down this apartment building, like a big apartment building. We were introduced to it. This leg unit who lived nearby to our compound knew who we were, and our rules of engagement were different at the time. So they came over and they needed help because every time they went down this road, they would get ambushed. Their SOP was to just blow through it, but they were tired of constantly getting hit. So they asked, could we help out using our ROE? So we dressed up like them, put their patches on to look like them, went down the road and drove down that route. And no shit, man, we get ambushed by this big, apartment building, few hundred guys in there. And dude, we parked the vehicles, all turned 50 cals that way. Everybody dismounted except for the drivers. And we start hammering this building. And it was like playing whack-a-mole. I'm looking through the ACOG of my M4 and a head would pop up and you'd send off a round or two and you don't know if you hit the guy, but another head would pop up and another head would pop up. And we stayed there. I think it was 6 hours. We're just laying into this building until everybody went dry, drive back, and they dropped 2 500-pound bombs on it after we left and leveled the place. And yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. No idea how many people, anybody. It was just chaotic of, leveling this place.
How did you get your head right from being basically turned down for your marriage proposal by your future wife and walking into an extreme, hostile, engaging environment full of combat?
Being shot at?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the only thing that made it, take my mind off of what was going on back at home. The only thing. It's up until that point, there was you're just waiting to get, I guess, shot at or get that rush of your only focus is kill the bad guy and make it home. Well, once you make it home, or once I made it home, then I would go back into rush to the phone to call Jess and try to work this thing out. But I was always going into the mission prior to that, I guess you could say depressed, crushed. I wasn't used to that. So yeah, just the firefights. And it was a constant, we were always, getting into firefights. So it was easy to keep your mind off of it. But it didn't have to last long. It was like a month into that deployment and she was okay with it. And we decided to get married. And I was back on my A game after that, mentally, I guess you could say. Mentally. But she was the only person to ever be there when I got back from deployment. Like family, I never had family members.
Your family never did come around?
No, after my deployments. And like my first deployment, I was sad. You'd watch the guys have girlfriends meet them and family. I just got off the bus and went to the room, got drunk with the guys and, so having her, and she was there for all of them after that, always there was really, really good.
At what point does the sniper come on the radar?
I always had it on from day one. It was just the process of getting there. I knew I had to go to Ranger School, and I wanted to stay far away from Ranger School as possible because it was a 62-day course if you go all the way through, and it's rare that guys do. And
why do you say that? It's rare that guys do.
From my experience in battalion, it was rare you saw a guy, unless he was really on his A game. He could, even if you were, it was just luck. You could still be peered or somebody, you could have a bad,
Jason, it's Hoagie Fest.
Summertime's here and it's Hoagie Fest. Wawa Hoagie Fest is back. Celebrate.
I honestly forget what they call it. We're a graded portion of the school where you take lead and you're, in charge of all your guys. You plan all your routes and, basically like mission planning. Your op board.
So when did you go to Ranger School? Was it after your second deployment?
Yeah, after that in 2007. So we're pushing almost wintertime now. And I'll never forget when I'm watching 24 with Jack Bauer, 24, and my team leader comes in and he stuck his head through the window and he's like, Irv, when we get back, pack your bags, you're going to Ranger School. And I was like, fuck, man, there's no way. I wanted to get married when I got back, and I thought they were doing that to be a dick and just wanted to throw off that wedding thing. But in order to be a Ranger and stay a Ranger, you have to go to Ranger School anyways, or else you get kicked out. So I knew the time was coming. I just wanted it to be after I got married. So I'm depressed because of that now. Kind of have to call off the wedding a little bit, push it to whenever I graduate. I said best case, 62 days plus, maybe 70 days. Worst case, I stay there like another guy I knew in battalion and stayed there for almost a year, just trapped in the school. Don't want to quit. Because if you fail, you get kicked out of battalion and you go to like Korea or somewhere, Italy. So go to Ranger School. Like first day was your PT test, your 15 or 12 mile ruck march, 5 mile run. No, your PT test, 5 mile run and all that stuff. Your road march comes after the fact. You do your water confidence stuff, which like I grew up like wanting to be a SEAL and I could swim, but I'm not too comfortable with heights. So like that was my only thing I had to overcome was my height, the fear of heights. And that was all on mainly day one until you get into mountain phase of Ranger School. But it sucked. Not so much physically. It was just, I was hungry a lot, I was always hungry. I lost 35 pounds and like I got sick in Ranger School. I drank some water that I didn't purify and had the worms and I got really, really sick. Painted some trees behind me one day while walking to an objective and just enough to put my pants down and spray the bushes behind me. And the Ranger instructor was like, what the hell is wrong with you, man? Go get checked out by the medic, get some IVs, stay for like a day at the hospital and come back out in the field. But I wasn't able to eat solid foods for a while, before it would just pass straight through. Lost 35 pounds. Couldn't feel my big toes for like a year after. My nails stopped growing. And yeah, got married. Extremely malnutrition and skinny and frail. Got married in the courtroom, in the courthouse, like $25. $75 or whatever it was. And her dad didn't show up. So her mom, I believe, walked her down the aisle. My grandmother showed up to mine. Rest her soul. She just recently passed away too.
Sorry to hear that.
All good. Yeah, lost all my grandparents now. So all in like 2 years, this past 2 years, man, it's been crazy.
Damn.
So yeah, she showed up and my aunt did, and that was it. Had a little small wedding after Ranger School and ended up deploying right after that again, like a couple of weeks after, to Baghdad.
So when it comes to Ranger School and R.A.S.P, from what I understand, Ranger School is actually more of a leadership course.
That's
correct?
exactly. Yeah, exactly. And anybody can go. Like we had chefs and Green Berets and I think like a Navy SEAL or 2 Navy SEALs in that.
Yeah,
Ranger
we had a
School.
couple of guys go.
Yeah. Okay. But it was just like a leadership course though.
What did you find more difficult, Ranger School or R.A.S.P?
I would say for me, RIP. It was harder. RIP was harder. Like,
does Ranger School have a 90% attrition rate as well?
No, it's like 60%. 60%. But it's not so physical. It's just fighting sleep, hunger, and still being able to lead people and plan and find your way around the mountains, the jungle, the swamps, doing water operations and stuff like that.
Okay.
It was tough, but your day-to-day job in battalion was way tougher than anything in Ranger School. It was way tougher. It was the structure of Ranger School that made it hard, you know? Like my first go around, I didn't make it all the way through. I had to recycle Darby, the first phase. And after that, I went all the way through, but no, it wasn't too tough. It just sucked.
So you get done with Ranger School, you're married, and then you're going on your 3rd deployment. Where's your 3rd deployment to?
Baghdad.
Baghdad. So Iraq again.
And that deployment, it wasn't like as intense. It was fun. We got a chance to work with SEALs on, I think they were Mark V boats or some, like a Swick boat. They had machine guns all over it, and it was like a riverine type.
Like a rib.
Almost, I guess.
Mark V is like a speedboat.
No, it wasn't that then. Like a rib. Okay, yeah. That was cool working with them, and you know, I didn't know anything about those boats, but it was cool riding down the river and stuff like that. And
what was your experience? I mean, it sounds like you wanted to be a SEAL.
Yeah.
Color blindness thing didn't work out. You went Rangers. Now you're working side by side with SEALs. What was your experience like?
Working with the regular SEAL teams was not bad. They were cool. It wasn't what I expected. And I chalked it up to, my personal belief, I think they're really good at water operations. Like no Ranger could ever do that, you know? But I think when it came to land work and direct action, we were pretty good. And we just had a lot more time with it. It wasn't like until I worked with SEAL Team 6 that I didn't want to be a SEAL anymore. You know, I didn't like good experience working with them. They were dicks, man. But yeah.
Talk the SEAL.
There were a few times where it was back when McChrystal
they are some dickheads.
Was it McChrystal who was a SEAL at one point, and he was in charge of like the SEALs or JSOC or whatever at that time, and he had to.
Are we talking about your experience with 6 or?
Yeah, with 6.
We'll get there. Let's keep it in chronological order.
Yeah.
It helps me.
Yeah,
it helps me.
That's my ADD kicking in.
So you're back in Iraq, and I think I know what this.
I met a SEAL Team 6 person. There was a jumper out of the planes, and that motherfucker was a straight dickhead, man. Like, I understand why he's a dickhead, but like, the government just be fucking people up, man.
This is like, it was
Our own military.
they stood up a new task force. And I can't remember what they call it. It was like Task Force 21.
I was on that, yeah. 121 or something like that.
Something, I
Yeah.
can't remember exactly what it was, but it was TF Red and the
That's it, yeah.
and the teams.
Yeah, yeah.
And so did you guys get to, I mean, what were you doing together?
A lot of direct action. Like one of my coolest awards, I guess, came with working with SEALs and doing joint stuff with them. They were cool guys. It was like working with Rangers, but I just knew they were SEALs, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And you guys they had cool equipment. It was different than ours, and your guys' weapons were cooler. It was cool in that aspect. And
how so? What was different?
You guys had the boats with the machine guns on them.
Okay.
Yeah, some of your weapons were different, like your handguns. We had Berettas at the time. Your handguns were different. Other than that, like we both had Mark 48s. I thought that was cool. And it was like working with Rangers, but you guys had a little cooler stuff, like the boats and...
We just had a better budget.
Better budget, yeah. It was cool in that aspect. Seeing the things that you guys had, and the missions were pretty routine. It wasn't like I got a chance to see, SEALs do anything like spectacular. We weren't doing anything what I consider spectacular, just regular, gonna go kill bad guys in this building or capture bad guys if we can. It was just pretty much that. And we would get there by water sometimes. And I thought that was cool. Yeah, it wasn't like anything that really stood out. We never butted heads or anything like that. They pulled their weight, we pulled our weight. It wasn't until I got to SEAL Team 6. And
was it competitive at all?
No, not well. The only competitiveness that I saw was with 6. Of like when we would be clearing one objective or at side-by-sides, who could, who was getting their objective cleared the fastest and first. We would win. And I have a crazy story. I don't know if I want to embarrass anybody, but with working with them. But regular SEALs are pretty cool. They were cool. Longer hair, I was envious of that. Longer hair, seems like you guys' standards were a little bit more relaxed, and hands in pocket, first name basis, it was cool, in that aspect. We were very strict, So I liked seeing that. I didn't want to cross over. It didn't make me want to cross over. I felt that we're kind of doing the same stuff, and I really didn't want to be cold and wet and sandy after, being a Ranger, and that I don't like the water like that. It takes a different breed. That's just not for me. I'm glad I was not a SEAL, because I don't think I would have been a good SEAL, because I don't like water that much at all, and I'm not comfortable with scuba diving. Like, I was scuba certified young, but I'm terrified of it at the same time, claustrophobic, scared of heights. And yeah, I don't like swimming that much, and the ocean freaks me out,
Doesn't sound like a spectacular deployment.
No, it wasn't spectacular, no. But it was cool.
Do you think maybe it was also with the fact that this was your 3rd deployment to Iraq?
Mm-hmm.
And so were things becoming very routine?
Yeah, routine, and it was kind of dying down at that time too. It wasn't as hot as it was like in 06, 05, 07. No, far from it. It was not, we were not running like 120 missions at that point. It was like maybe 70 missions, 80 missions, 90. Lower amount, not triple digits.
In a 90-day deployment, or are you up to 120?
This is 120 now? At this point.
Okay.
Yeah. So it was not a lot more free time, and it just was not as intense, but it was, you're right, 100% routine. The change up didn't come for me until Afghanistan.
Had you lost anybody that up to this point yet?
At that point, no. Not personally, no. I knew guys who happened to, be killed in combat or blown up or something, but I wasn't like, I knew of them. We, butted heads a few times walking to chow, and I might have seen him in chow or PT or something, but I didn't know him like that.
When did you find out you were going to become a sniper?
After my wife told me to go ahead and pursue it, and I knew 100%. I was skeptical after
This is after the third deployment, though.
After that, I was skeptical of going because I had built such a bond with my guys. I didn't want to lose that, you know?
So when you go, I got questions about this because that is, correct me if I'm wrong, did you go to RRD? Is that what it's called?
No.
Okay.
We get an invite, just like we get invites from Delta or whatever.
What is RRD?
Ranger Reconnaissance Detachment. Back then it was R.A.S.P, Ranger Reconnaissance Company at the time. And it's like our only tier 1 unit. The first, I had no idea they existed. I just would randomly see guys with long beards, long hair, never in uniform on our compound. And I didn't know who they were. I thought they were workers or contractors or something. Never knew who they were. It's like, it's rare you see these guys. I don't know where they even stay, to be honest with you. My entire time in battalion, I may have seen 1 or 2 of those guys throughout my entire career, you know, and I always thought they were contractors or something like that. Worked with them twice overseas, and I have no idea what they were even doing. I just know that they did a halo jump into Afghanistan, and we went to go pick them up and drop them off somewhere in the mountains. And I have no idea what they were doing.
Interesting.
Yeah. We don't know too much about, I mean, we know a little bit, but it's very, very secretive. Yeah.
So you get home from third deployment. What's the discussion between you and your wife with going to cyber?
Should I go? I didn't want to lose that bond with my guys, and the selection process, you're not even sure if you're going to make it. You know, you could fail the board and they could simply not like you for a person and you don't make it. So I didn't want to experience that. And like, I would have still gone back to my guys or whatnot, but I just didn't want to experience that failure. And I didn't want to leave my guys either. So I was I was so tired of schools at that point and deploying. I didn't have like free time, it felt like, with my, brand new wife at the time. So I was skeptical on it. I asked her and she's like, you know what, you should follow your dream. I had told her since, when we were dating, I've wanted to be a sniper for a long time. And up until that time, she knew I was a Ranger, but we never talked about deployment stuff. She didn't know about any of that stuff until one of my guys, she went to come pick me up after a deployment. As I'm downloading equipment, guys come around and they talk about me smoking some guy with the 50 cal. And she's like, what the heck is going on? She had no idea. Like, I would always tell her, man, we go over there, we watch stuff, nothing really happens. I say Marines do most of the work. Like, those are the guys who are, first to fight with all your might. Those are the guys. And we don't really do much, And I was like, how much can you possibly do in that little amount of time? But you don't have time to do anything. So she believed it to that point. And she didn't really care or ask any questions about it. Until she overheard it about, me and my guys were talking after a deployment. And that's where she was kind of like, wow, I didn't think about that. You guys are doing stuff like that or killing people. So kept it from her for a while. And
did it change? Did your relationship change when that came out? Were there a lot of questions?
I think there were a lot of questions that she wanted to ask, but didn't know how. She mainly asked, like, did I know anybody who died, or was I scared of coming back or anything? But after that, mainly it changed for her when she would drop me off. The tears, man. She would bawl her eyes out because now she knew that I was on the ground fighting. But she never really brought up, she's very quiet at the time, reserved, very quiet. She didn't want to bring that stuff up because she didn't know how to approach it, I guess, either. And I didn't really talk about it, at all. She's seen me cry in the car once, but that's about it. And she didn't really ask. She just asked if I was okay. I wanted to talk about anything. She's always been open to talking. Do I want to talk about anything? And no, at that time. So it was more so of that with her. She didn't change any other way. Like, she still loved me the same and treated me the same, just was more asking if I was okay, you know, or I wanted to talk about anything.
Did she have any support group or anything when you were gone?
No.
I mean, you don't have a healthy relationship with your parents. It doesn't sound like her parents had written her and you off.
Yep.
For racial issues.
Yeah.
And what about the team?
The team, my guys?
Yeah. Do you guys have a support network?
We had an FRG, family readiness group, but that was like a lot of drama, a lot of drama.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she stayed away from that. I feel so bad for looking back at it. You know, she moves to a place she's never been before and experiencing these long durations of just not having me around. And she had a job at the mall and the bank for a little bit. And other than that, she had we had a dog, and that's about it. She didn't, but I would call her every day whenever I could. But no, she was a lonely person too, you know? So I guess we kind of fit good in that aspect. We matched we could both deal with loneliness together, you know?
How was it getting into sniper? I mean, do you put in for it?
Yeah, you put in a packet. You, through your chain of command, like your squad leader to your, platoon leader, platoon sergeant, platoon leader, first sergeant, platoon leader, all the way up to the chain of command. And they review it to make sure you're good to go. You go qualify with the, M4 open sights to make sure that you can hold a group to get in. And then that's where the selection portion starts, which is your basic PT test, more shooting test, and then a board of a panel. You go into this, or you take a psychological evaluation first, a couple of those written, then you talk to a psych. Then depending on what the psych says, and if you've passed everything else, the physical portion and the shooting portion, the psych portion, then you have to go to the board and they sit you down and interview you about your basic knowledge of what it is to be a Ranger, different operations, who you are as a person, family man, and just to get to know who you are. Then they send you out the room and you'll find out later that day or the next day if you've been selected. And out of the, 14 guys we had, 7 of us got selected. And we joined the sniper section, and there was 12 total at that time. 12
students?
Snipers, not full-fledged snipers at that time. The 7 who made it through the selection process, plus the guys who were already there. Most of the guys had gotten out. So we had the veteran snipers who had been there for a few rotations go in. And after that, you get sent to sniper school. But for us, it was when we got an increase in the budget. So we sent guys to these civilian courses I went to long range precision, mountain precision, this place down in Corpus Christi or Kingsville, Texas, that does all types of crazy type of long range and moving target stuff. And it was a sick course, man. The best shooting I've ever done, the best I've ever been at shooting was after that course. Then I went to sniper school.
No shit. So they're sending you to all these civilian courses leading up to
sniper school. Yeah.
Is the sniper school Army sniper school?
Mm-hmm. Army sniper school.
Or is it specific to Rangers?
No, it's Army sniper school.
Okay.
At that time, I think it's an 8-week sniper course, or I forget. I think it's.
Had you done any stalking?
Yeah.
Or was it all shooting courses before you went to sniper school?
Most of it was
Army sniper school.
Most of the civilian courses was shooting. We did a stalk here and there. It wasn't harped on or focused on. The extreme long range shooting course was strictly shooting, and the mountainous stuff in California, high angle stuff, not the Marine high angle. It's a civilian course that and that was all 100% shooting. The only physical thing was getting up to the top of the mountain. And then we learned like
Were there other civilians in the course?
No, not
It
at
was
that
just
time.
you guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it was this basically, what did you say, 7 of you? And you guys are just filling these courses, these civilian.
Yeah.
That's pretty badass.
Yeah. Best shooting courses I've been to were the civilian ones. And like by the time you get to sniper school, the shooting is the easiest part. The stalking is where it gets like, okay, well, this is a whole different ball game. All of us should, I mean, all the guys pass that. And then from there, we'll start to send out guys to Marine, Scout Sniper, their high angle course. And
what did you find the most challenging portion of Army Sniper School to be?
Target detection. That was the hardest portion of it. Stalking was easy. I never, like I could have gotten honor grad, but I was being a Ranger in a regular Army school and dicking off with my other Ranger guys and being sneaky, doing stupid stuff. So I wasn't allowed to get, honor grad from that. But stalking was easy. My last stalk, so it's like a tradition where you wear whatever you want to wear and you do your final stalk or whatever after you've passed all of them. Like one of our guys, keep his name, I'll call him M, a legend, really, really great guy, good sniper. He did his in like a yellow t-shirt and he stalked and he passed his stalk in a yellow t-shirt. So for me and my spotter, we went in t-shirt and jeans and we managed to pass the stalk in t-shirt and jeans. And stalking was the easiest portion, but target detection was like the hardest for me. Hiding or finding the hidden objects in the field. And dude, that's just, I don't know. It takes a different, and I'm not the best.
Describe it a little bit.
Yeah. So target detection would be, imagine 10 military items. A bullet casing, compass, protractor, dog tags, boot lace, things of that nature. And they put it out 50, 100 yards in front of you and they hide it in the woods or in an urban environment. One example, like one of the hardest ones I had to find was a protractor. The clear square protractors that you use on maps was taped on the side of a brick wall, a white cinder block wall.
Holy shit.
Taped to the side of that. And the only thing that stood out, which you had to look for as you're looking on the edges or the edge of the building, you're looking for that irregular, it goes from hard edge, smooth, and now you have little ticks on that one. Let me focus in on that. Oh, there's a protractor there, but it's clear. But I can see the ticks on the protractor, so okay, I can outline that. Or taping a toothbrush to a branch in the woods or whatever. And I'm looking for the irregularity from crooked branches. Nothing in nature goes straight lines. I'm looking for the straight line of the toothbrush. I see that. Now I see the bristles on it. That is the hardest portion of sniper school. Finding glints, that's always easy. It's the objects that don't have glint, blends in, and you're only looking for a straight line or something that just does not fit. And yeah, that was the hardest portion for me.
That doesn't sound easy.
No, man, that was the most stressful. I failed.
Finding a clear protractor at 100 yards.
On a wall in an urban, yeah, that was the...
Do they give you any parameters or is it a 360-degree environment? Or
no, so there's like a tape line in front of you and they give you your sectors, left and right field of sectors and everything in front of you from the tape line to 100 yards or further, whatever, it's fair play. There's 10 military items in there. Write them down, identify them, describe them, and draw a picture of them, of where they're at. So you're looking for shape, color, description, dimensions, and you're putting all this down. Sometimes they would put a hand grenade right in front of you, like right across the line, and that would be the only one you don't find because it's right in front of your face. But I took that mentality with me and I carry it to this day. Because sometimes things can be so close that you don't even see it or notice it. It's like your nose. If you focus on it, you can see, oh, I have a nose right there. But how often do we really see the nose that's sticking right out in front of our face? It's rare. So most of the stuff that we're looking for, 9 times out of 10, the hardest things to find can be the things that are right in front of your face that no one thinks to see because they're too busy looking elsewhere. So that was like the biggest takeaway I learned from sniper school.
Interesting.
Yeah. Hope it makes sense. Like
it makes perfect sense. So you get done with sniper school, you go to a couple more schools. You went to a Marine high angle course?
No, we would send guys to Marine high angle. I didn't go to Marine. I was too long of a course, and I had seniority at the time. So I sent one of the newer guys who came in right after me. I sent him to Marine Scout Sniper, and then he went to Marine high angle, or where the Green Berets go. They have their sniper.
Is it Sodic?
Sodic, there you go. Yeah, we would send a lot of guys to that. I wanted to so bad, but their course, dude, I was married. I did not want to do any more long schools, so I passed it up. Looking back at it, I really do wish I went to that and Marine Scout Sniper. I really do. More so Marine Scout Sniper, because those guys are, dude, so badass, man. Working with those guys overseas was like working with Carlos Hathcock. What I think, my idol at the time, and I to this day think is the greatest sniper, is Carlos Hathcock. But
who is that?
A Marine sniper with 93 confirmed kills in Vietnam, like one of the deadliest ones. His spotter had more, but his significance, the role that he played, the reason why we have a Barrett 50 cal today is because of Carlos Hathcock. He decided to put a scope on top of the Ma Deuce and single fire the 50 cal using a scope mounted on top that he mounted to it. Dropped a guy with it too. But so yeah, I think he's the best. And his stalking story of stalking this NVA high value target, 1,000-yard stalk, taking out his target. He was not supposed to come back. It was a suicide mission. And his whole story about that, dude, it's like cutting slits in the back of his uniform to shove grass through to makeshift like a little ghillie suit, and stalking this guy and taking him out was just so badass, man. Never got a chance to do anything like that, but close working with the Marines. The Marines, I got a chance to see them work their good magic, man, and it was phenomenal.
Let's go back just a little bit. Let's talk about the sniper-spotter relationship.
Mm-hmm.
How does that happen?
In regular Army, you have a traditional spotter and sniper.
Mm-hmm.
In Ranger Battalion, we call them spotters, but they're snipers too. There is no spotter in Ranger Battalion. You're kind of both snipers, just know how to do the spotter work. You only practice spotting in sniper school just to get qualified and to pass the course. But after that, there's no more spotter stuff. We know how to do it, but the work we're doing, direct action stuff, there's really no need for it. It's more typical engagement is closest I shot someone was like 20 feet and the furthest was like half a mile. But that was an extreme rarity. Most of the engagements was...
Which was an extreme rarity?
The long distance half mile shot.
What would you say the average shot was?
Like 100 yards, within 300, definitely within 300. Average, about 100 yards, yeah.
Well, before we get into your sniper work,
mm-hmm.
You get done with the sniper school.
Mm-hmm.
You've been talking about being a sniper since you were a little kid.
Yeah.
I mean, how did that feel, graduating sniper school, knowing that you're going to go to combat as a regimental sniper?
A dream, man, a dream. Like, it did, dude, everything that I, as a kid, wanted to do and imagine myself doing, laying around in a ghillie suit, to be able to actually do it and have the title now meant everything, All the days that I wanted to quit didn't matter anymore. It was like, I'm glad I stuck with it and stayed with this dream, because I could have talked myself out of it so easily. It was, had it not been for my wife saying, no, pursue it, I would not have pursued it, But actually doing it, it meant everything. It felt, you can't describe it. It was It was a legit dream come true, man. A legit dream. Legit, you know?
Right on, man.
Yeah.
Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll get into your next deployment as a sniper.
Oh, good.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting closer to the edge of collapse. We see things falling. You had just gone through all your sniper training. You're now a regimental sniper getting ready to go on deployment.
Mm-hmm.
Where are you going?
I'm going to Afghanistan.
For the first time?
First time.
What year?
08. Late or early 08. Early 08. So it's or mid 08. Jalalabad. That deployment, we hopped around. It was like a terrible...
Is this the deployment you go and work with 6?
That's it, yeah. So I'm in Jalalabad, Allahabad, and Bagram.
Asadabad?
Asadabad. One of those, it's a weird name.
Asadabad is a hot zone.
Yeah. It wasn't as hot when we went, though. I mean, it was hot, and the SEALs just did more stuff. Like, they treated us, dude, it was really bad. Like, they would make us carry their equipment that they could not carry. They'd pass it on to us. We almost got into a big brawl with them, and their general, some general had to come in. I think it was McChrystal. I know he signed an award for me and gave me a medal. And that was the only time I shook his hand, met him. But I think it was him or one of their generals came in and gave us
general or an admiral?
Admiral. I'm sorry. Admiral. And he came in and gave a speech to the SEALs and us because we were bumping heads. One guy, we were on this mission doing a hostage rescue with SEAL Team 6 up in the mountains somewhere. And one of my guys walking up the mountain, he fell down and he didn't break his leg, but it folded back in. So like dislocated his whatever tendon is right here, whatnot. Mm-hmm. He snapped his leg back. Had to carry him out. When we got to the, debrief room, there was a bottle of Vagisil that the SEAL guys had placed where he used to sit. And we got into an argument about that, almost got into a fight. Admiral came in and he's like, set us down, had a big speech, and basically said there's way more Rangers. I don't care how badass you guys are. There's like 35 of these guys and a handful of you guys. Like they're, probably not going to end up the way you wanted to. So they put up this green fence in between our compound, the SEAL Team 6 compound, and the Rangers, and we had different chow times to eat. And I remember we were doing a mission with SEAL Team 6, and I won't say we were going out of Afghanistan. We were going out of Afghanistan to a different place. Something happened. One of their guys drowned, and we came back without the body, and we were told we had to go out and get that guy. And this happened, around 2008. And there's a story about it. He drowned and went down the river into
I'm very familiar with it.
What's that?
I'm very familiar with that.
There for that one. That was a weird operation and how we were treated thereafter. And like, we wanted to do the cool stuff with them. They just seemed like that they were just way better. And we didn't know anything, and we had been doing DA operations with, tier 1 units long before we were doing stuff with SEAL Team 6. And like, we were getting really, really good at it. We were good at it. We had one of their CAG commanders or first sergeants come in and give us awards. We took over one of their missions. They had to go do something else. They were originally supposed to do this hit, and we ended up doing it, and they were impressed by it. Came in, congratulated us and thanked us and went on about their way. We were good at what we were doing, but it was just working with them. They were like, it was not fun to work with. Like you didn't not get a chance to show what you were capable of doing. It was like they just brushed us off to the side so they could get the glory or whatever it was. And I will say this, every hostage rescue that I have been on with them, dude, I remember the hostages getting shot, I remember carrying out one female, and I was a kid, so I kind of made a joke about it. But I said, man, this chick must have done like a cartwheel because she was shot in her arms and legs, and that was it. We had to carry her out in the stretcher. They made us carry her to the helo, and that was basically what we were used for, just like to carry all their equipment, all their weapons that they couldn't carry, and stuff like that. And once we got to the objective, they would take it from us and they would do their thing. It was like that. So we were pissed, you know.
But the whole deployment was like that?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. Working with, you know, or Delta was way better, way better. When they came into Afghanistan, I got a chance to work with their vehicle interdiction team. They were doing a lot of that at the time, and that was like the first time I'd ever seen a vehicle interdiction. And
are we talking CAG or are we talking
CAG? Yeah.
Okay.
And how good they were and professional. They treated us like little brothers, but with respect, taught us a lot of stuff. And yeah, it was cool working with them because you got a chance to see how fast and good these guys really were. Like phenomenal.
So you're basically saying Delta took you guys under their wing.
Big time.
And took your knowledge and improved upon it when their counterpart, 6, basically just kind of pushed you off.
Yep. Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that. Most of the guys in CAG like come from regiment. I knew a lot of guys who went to CAG. I had the opportunity, but something about walking 40 miles, no. I sucked at 15. So 40, no. That's where I drew the line.
Damn. Well, that's pretty disheartening to hear.
Yeah, yeah. Put a bad taste in my mouth.
I can imagine. Well, let's skip that deployment.
Yeah.
Unless you have anything else you want to bring up from that deployment.
No, that was a pretty, yeah, it was like that. Saw some weird stuff.
Like what?
I don't know if I can say on this, but just their ROE was different. The use of bombs were different. And I had questions. And I've seen them get kicked out of country a couple of times.
Interesting.
From questionable, you know, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was too young to understand. I chalk it up to that, you know. Yeah.
Well, let's move forward.
Yeah.
How was the next
It was
I actually do have some questions. So you come home from that. What's your leadership telling you after a deployment like that? I mean, that could discourage a lot of guys into getting out. And I mean, I could imagine a very disgruntled team.
Yeah. We never wanted to work with them again. Not necessarily get out. It was just never ever wanting to work with them again.
Shout out
to
Eli,
such a big train up.
I'm about to drop his
Most of the guys at that point, they've
right
had,
now
you know, 3, 4, 5 deployments, and to go on a deployment and you're told to, you know, stand back and stand by, it's disheartening, but it just is, you know, you're never going to do it again. If you have the opportunity to work with CAG, if you can. And during Afghanistan, like CAG wasn't really in country like that. It was mainly SEALs and, you know, CAG was still in Iraq. But I remember when they first came over, their small element that they took over and are brought over to Afghanistan, they attached to us for a little bit and went out on our missions and helped out. And one of the coolest CAG guys that I met, it was like an E6 or E7, cool guy. But he came over and deployed with us, did missions with us, taught us a lot. It was one of the first times I had a compliment from somebody of that caliber I looked up to, of like, dude, good job, man. It's rare to, you know, normally it's just, hey, you did your job and that was it. They were more like, you know, congratulating and hey, man, that was some good work you did out there, you know, like that. So it felt good hearing that from CAG and working with the FBI, HRT guys that were coming over and attached to us and stuff like that was pretty neat. So yeah, it was a cool experience in that aspect. Yeah.
So we're coming to your last deployment, correct?
Close to, yeah.
So is that I know that's to Afghanistan.
Back to Afghanistan. Yeah.
This is 33 kills in 4 months. Let's talk about this deployment.
Rough, man. That deployment was at the height of, I guess, who was the president? It was Obama at the time. And he had that big influx of sending the big the wave of troops coming into Afghanistan. Is the largest influx since the invasion of the war, something like that, in 2009. And we were mainly working in Helmand and Marja. Marja was like the wild, wild west, and they hadn't cleared it out yet since early on in the war. Yeah, a few guys here and there, but it wasn't like, it was at the time Taliban safe haven. So I didn't know it at the time, but when
what year is this? Do you remember?
2009.
Okay.
What month? It was, let's see, Cop died in July. So March, April, May timeframe is when we got there. And yeah, April or May timeframe. We get there and first few hours we're out in country, and I'm coming with the mindset of like, Afghanistan is lame, dude. There's not much going on unless you're, in one of those very few hot spots up in the mountains somewhere, the outpost or whatever. And I wasn't expecting too much. So I told my wife the same. I'm like, after my last deployment to Afghanistan, like there's nothing that's going to happen. And it was the exact opposite, dude. It was the omen of me being on my last deployment. And normally guys on their last deployment don't make it back or they get hurt. You
knew this was going to be your last deployment?
I knew on my contract.
Okay.
Depending on how it went, determined if I was going to sign up again or re-enlist to do another, 2, 3, 4 years or whatever. But we get there and shortly, like a few hours in country, we go to Marja, and that's the Taliban safe haven. And I remember landing the Chinooks outside the city of Marja or town of Marja, whatever, the outskirts of it. And as we landed there, I just started seeing tracers go up in the air. Well, that's pretty neat or weird. I didn't think too much of it. And it was their early warning system. So as we literally, when we step foot in the city and start walking through the homes and little huts or whatnot, we get ambushed. Our first mission out, and I remember, the first mission is where we didn't get ambushed. I killed 3 guys in a tree line. They were countering to cut off our avenue to our extraction area, and I plucked 3 guys, me and my spotter. They had AKs and RPKs or PKM machine guns, and was trying to set up an ambush point. And that was my first kill as a sniper. And
how did that feel for you? What was the distance?
300 yards. Like
300 yards.
Yeah, 300 yards, a little over 300. But
I remember
right
now
being on top of the rooftop, and the sun is coming up, so I can see now. Normally, like 98% of our missions are at night. This is the first time I remember seeing like Afghanistan or overseas in the daylight like that. And I see these figures in the tree line moving and bobbing up and down, and I'm like, that doesn't seem right. So I look through my scope, and that's where I see they're carrying the weapons, and one guy's setting up here, one guy's trying to set up and take his little friend further down in the tree line. So I'm looking at him and I'm like, wait, this doesn't make any sense. We're not being shot at, but they have weapons. I called it up to our ground force commander, and he's like, anybody with weapons that is deemed as a threat, engage. And I remember looking at my spotter, I'm like, dude, we're going to smoke these dudes, man, before they, start shooting at us.
Intense. 2 hours into
took the shot. My first shot
3
missed,
hours into it. Oh shit.
but I remember the recoil and the smell of when you first fire that round and you've got a clean weapon, it's oiled up and you get that gas blowback. I was shooting an SR-25 and shot the first guy. First shot missed, hit him the second time, went down to the second guy. My spotter picked up the third guy. And I remember with his 300 Win Mag, and it felt good, but it also didn't feel like it was real. My first time shooting a 3-dimensional moving human target, I was not expecting, I don't know, just felt weird normally with the machine gun, it's more bullets. Or with the AR or M4, it's way more. But just putting one round and watching the body go down was it was weird. It was weird. but it felt good to know that I was like doing my job of, hey, I don't ever like to say I did something, of I saved the team or prevented something. No, it was just right place, right time. And it felt good to facilitate the extraction for the guys and taking these guys out. That was first day in Afghanistan, got those kills, and we were going out every day thereafter. The next day we went to Marja, and that's where I get into the story. We're walking in through we step foot in the perimeter city of Marja, and we get ambushed. And I remember this tracer, to me, it looked like a lightsaber. It was long and a glowing like lightsaber, and it went past my head, and it felt like slow motion. Like, what the heck was that? I knew what it was, but it took a minute. I got down, and that's when we start getting ambushed from the rooftop. Forget how many guys were on the rooftop. I'll pick it up in a minute. But I was at the back of the formation, and me and my spotter, or sniper, Pemberton, I pick him up. I'm the sniper team lead. So I say, let's go to the middle of this formation, provide precision fire, so at least our guys can get out of this kill zone and make their way down to the objective. So I get in the middle of the formation, me and Pemberton. There's an M203 gunner next to me. And I remember telling him, hey, shoot some 203 on the backside of the house that these guys were on in case they try to flee out the back. And we went to cut that avenue off. So he launched off a 203. And I remember I didn't have my ear pro in. And that, boom, the crack of that 203 going off was like, wow, woke me up a little bit.
For those in the audience that don't know what a 203 is, that is a grenade launcher.
Yeah. Mounted on the bottom of his M4. And yeah, he shoots off 2 rounds of that. It thuds in the back. Me and him set up. I go prone, put my bipods down. He's kind of behind me, and he's using his floodlight infrared flood laser to illuminate the guys on the rooftop. And I could see like their heads pop up and just the whites of their eyes would glow when it bounces off their eyes or whatnot. And I lined up and I tell him, hey, we're going to, pick these guys off. I'm going to start on that side. That's how we would work, is I'd, work on the outside, work our way in. And we go for the countdown. I shoot and I hear a click on his end. And I'm like, what the heck was that? And he chambers around. He goes, click, click again. Nothing, no fire. And I think when it ended up happening, not too sure, but I think sand got in his bolt action and prevented the hammer from fully striking the primer. I'm not sure, but it never happened again. That's like the only time I've ever chewed someone out and, was pissed. But I guess the good side, I got a chance to kill all the guys myself. But as they were popping up, I just said, hey, keep your flood laser on them and walk with me, meaning I'm going to engage one guy and go to the next guy and illuminate his head. So they were popping up and they're shooting at us, and I would just line up the scope and pull the trigger. First shot, I remember, hit the lip of the top of the roof where they were peeking over, and it struck low. Not sure if the distance was off or the angle I was shooting at, I don't know, or jitters, who knows what. I was rarely a first shot impact guy, mainly because of the range. You don't have time to, I was doing everything mil-dot formula. So if I know, like, I always use, if I have your body from top of the head to groin, I knew the constant for that was, 40 times 25.4. And I think that's like 1016, if I'm not mistaken. That would be my constant. And I would just quickly divide the mil dots into that 1016. But I would just make it a whole number, my constant, to 1,000 to get me within close range. So let's say if I measure you from top of the head to the groin, 2 mil dots, I know that's 500 meters, 2 into 1,000. So yeah, I would play it, I guess, by ear like that. My distance was off. I'm not saying that they were 500 meters away. They were relatively close, like within 150 meters away. Shot the guy, cleaned up my second shot, shot him in his head. And I remember his head busting, and it sounded like a gallon of milk, spoiled milk, being poured over the edge of the rooftop.
How close were you?
It was within 150 yards.
You could hear that?
I could hear the chunks, or I could hear splashing.
Shit.
I could hear splashing. My distance, dude, honestly, could be off. It was no more than 150. Nighttime, I don't know. It was within no more than 150. It could have been less than that, less than 100, less than. I don't know. I don't know if I'm not going to say I heard it. I could have been making that up in my brain from what I saw, but I don't know. I don't know. I think the body.
Descriptive.
Yeah. Like even the first guy that I remember a sniper shooting overseas, my brain registered sack of potatoes. And that's what I saw. I thought someone dumped over a sack of potatoes off of a ledge. And that's what my mind made up, I don't know, the mind.
It happens all the time. I'm not saying it didn't happen.
No, dude, no. No, there was also no sack of potatoes, obviously. But no, I know that. I don't know if it's the way my brain makes sense of things or whatnot. I'm not sure. But to me, it was like a jug of milk being poured off the side of the ledge. That's what my brain told myself. Whether or not the sound was audible or not.
Did he fall over?
No, it was like his head was lumped over
the ledge.
No, he was not off the ledge, but hanging off the ledge, like from this portion up. So his body was on the roof and he was halfway spilled over. The second guy, I shot his head, he disappeared. And at this time we have ISR above and they're describing what's going on the rooftop. And I thought it was a dog, the third guy, but he was crawling on his hands and knees. So I just saw the long portion of his back or his spine, and I thought it was a dog. So I shot, and he went down. I didn't find out it was a guy until we went onto the rooftop, and I saw the dead bodies there. My guys after that, they pushed on to the objective. We got ambushed thereafter. I think we got ambushed like 8 times that night. Before we got to the objective. It was an 8-hour running ambush, but that was the normal for Marja. That was normal. One of my good friends, Paul Martinez, was a sniper, came in after I did, but he was on that deployment with me. He was in charge of all the interpreters, or not the interpreters, the ANA, the Afghan Army guys.
Absolutely
and
crazy.
I was always around him and he had a chance to see me do a lot of cool stuff. And that's what made him want to be a sniper. But it was, in his book, he describes it way better than I ever could, of the amount of rolling ambushes. Every few 100 meters or so, we're getting ambushed before we even got to the objective. And then by the time we got to the objective, the sun is coming up. So now we have to run out to the pickup location, the extraction. That was like routine for that deployment. That mission, I remember, so I killed those guys on the rooftop, and then I may be tying these 2 missions together, but if I'm not mistaken, after that is where I called in the AC-130 to drop 105s on a handful of dudes, like 5 or a handful of guys, and help blow these guys up. But I also might be tying these missions together too. I mean, it was like that. But in my mind, I think that was at the tail end of that mission is dropping the 105 howitzer rounds. I'll look at the date on the award and I'll send you a copy I may be mixing 2 missions together, but in my mind, that's how it feels. It was all one. And dropped those guys. And I think that was the first time where I got a chance to feel like a sniper, where you're using air assets, precision rifle. And prior to that, I was shooting guys in the tree line. We were being ambushed again. And an assault team went up to this tree line. And I'll never forget looking through the scope. They had to walk across this field. Me and my spotter, sniper, were tucked in another wood line. And there's a couple 100 meters or so to the next tree line. Some guys had squirted off the objective and had hunkered down and was setting up an ambush point in the wood line. ISR fed us that information, and the assault team started to press them. And they have a dog with them. The dog's barking. He's honing in on something in the wood line. And I see these like flashes. I'm like, oh shit, those are eyeballs, blinking in the tree line. I don't have a clear shot. Nothing's really happening. And then you just see sparks erupt from the tree line, and Long goes down, Keith goes down. Our dog starts running weird, shooting through the tree line and making a circle. I'm like, what is going on? I start shooting. Then I see Long, one of the team leaders, and he's picking up Keith, and we hear man down, he's shot in the head and all this stuff, right? And I'm like, what the fuck? Or what, excuse me. And I start shooting guys in a tree line, but I can't really see where the bodies are. I could see flashes of light. I know I hit one guy. After that, my spotter, he's calling guys out. I don't know what happened if I'm hitting anybody after that. I'm laying down more so like suppressive fire as they're dragging their guys back. The dog is just running weird. He finally comes back to his dog handler. He gets picked up. The dog is shot. He took around in his side. Keith took around through his night vision, and Long took around through his helmet. We called up a Carl Gustav. He puts, I think it was flechette rounds, into the tree line.
A what round?
Flechette.
I've never even heard of that.
It's like it's the big ordnance, but when it explodes, it sends out like shrapnel, like razor
fragmentation.
Yeah, something like that. I was not a Gustav guy, but I'm pretty sure it was called flechette rounds. And it would shoot out these like shrapnel into the tree line. And he shot that. It didn't really do much or anything that we could see. I think it hit low. And that's when we called in the AC-130. At first, the rounds were hitting they were to the right and behind the guys, off quite a distance. So I call up and I'm like, hey, I say left 75 plus 50. Or I'm giving calls like that to bracket the rounds. Once I saw the rounds hitting where the ambush was coming from, where I knew the guys were at, in this sector of the tree line, fire for effect. And they just started raining danger close, like 105s down. Then I remember walking close in the distance after the rounds were expended, walking across the field, and smoke is rising up. It looks like something out of a movie. And I'll never forget this guy. I think he was in shock or something, but he's walking. I don't know where he came from, but he's walking through this smoke. And I had changed mags by this point. I lined up with him, and he turns to go do his thing. I don't know if he was out of it or what, but he's about to shoot, I perceive, or what. I don't know what he was going to do, but he was just dazed. And he's got his AK with the wrapped up tape around it. And he turns, and I remember plucking him, but it felt like my gun didn't go off or nothing ejected. And I thought I had like a squib round. I fired, an assault team lights this guy up. So I'm stuck looking at empty out, or take my mag out, looking at what's going on, trying to figure out if I have a squib or whatever. My gun's jacked up. I had no idea that I was shooting subsonic. I had pulled the wrong mag, so I shot subsonic at him. And with the subsonic, you have to rechamber around each time, and it's not enough blowback to chamber the next round. I had no idea I was doing that. Finally figured it out, changed out my mag, and we carried on from that mission. But I remember going into the tree line, seeing body parts. And the first thing I came across was a hand. And it looked like, here again, my mind does a weird trick where I say Mickey Mouse glove, like the swollen Mickey Mouse hand glove. It looked like that. Then I saw the arm, legs, like butt cheek, I think. Heads popped off and weird stuff like that. So we were told by our commander, we have to figure out how many guys for our AAR or after action report and call it up how many EKIA. So we're putting the bodies together, essentially, to see how many bodies there were. And it got called off pretty quick after, guys are gagging. And it's like, dude.
You guys were picking up limbs?
Yeah.
And piecing bodies together?
Yeah.
For an after actions report?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. To see how many guys that we killed. And we called it off early on. Like after 2 or 3 bodies, the ground force commander looks at me, says, Sierra, my call sign. Hey, how many guys were in here? I'm like 5. I know for a fact 5. So we left it at 5. Had no, I'm pretty sure it was.
Is that like standard SOP? Have you done that before?
Yeah. I mean, not to that degree. We've done missions where.
Like, what's wrong with just an
BDAs,
estimation? Like, I don't know, five bodies.
I don't know. We've done BDAs, battle damage assessments, where, you have a big Hellfire missile or something. We had one in Iraq. Hellfire missile gets called in on a Hilux vehicle, blows up. We drive out to do a battle damage assessment and examine the bodies, take pictures, and see how many guys that we, took out. But that was, not routine, but it happened often.
Damn.
Where, if we weren't cutting off fingers, but that was not my job. I've seen the assault guys do it, but taking teeth. We had a suicide bomber working with the FBI, and suicide bomber blows himself up in the back of a pickup truck as we're approaching him. I remember seeing one of the assault team leaders. I didn't like him, so I'm just going to call him M. He lifts up, he flies back through the air, and like something out of a movie, we get hit with the blast, and luckily none of us got injured or hurt. But I remember hearing his body parts falling, and his head was sitting in the back of on the ground near the back of the truck, and the FBI guy put it up there, and we pulled some teeth using our Gerber knife and stuff like that. That was routine for us to do that, like cutting off our fingers and, taking it to a compound that was not ours. I'm by one of those agency, places. And that was my first experience in Marja. And it was like that every mission in Marja, all the way until we were about to do our final mission, our push in Marja before the Marines came through that invasion. And our mission was to have 2 platoons. One was going to be on the east, one was going to be on the west. We were going to close in and kill everybody outside at night deemed a threat. And luckily that got called off, because I was sure we were going to have casualties. Luckily it got called off, and we ended up doing a mission out in Kandahar. And we got hit by the Afghan police out there, and that was a hell of a ride. But Marja was like that. And some days I would kill 1 guy, some days I'd kill 5, 6 guys, but Marja was all like that. I didn't find out until I got home. I was watching the news in my apartment with my wife, and I saw the Marines were going into Marja. And that's when it all made sense of like what we were doing there, of like, we were supposed to, our whole job was to kill as many enemy fighters as we possibly could in Marja before the Marines got there. And we killed that deployment, like over 1,000 guys total.
You guys killed over 1,000 enemy combatants?
Yes. Oh yeah. My wife was there during the ceremony when they announced it. When we got our awards, I got 2 awards from that deployment. One was a Valorous. The one where I dropped the bombs was the Valorous Award. Then I have some joint commendation medals from that deployment, but we smoked a lot of people on that deployment, a lot.
Wow.
Yeah.
1,000.
Not all bullets though. It was a lot of bombs being dropped, and we were killing people every night though, every night. The ground guys, we were killing, like the entire platoon, you could get, 9, 15, 20 guys in a night. And that was a good night. But most of it was a lot of 500-pound bombs, a lot of ordnance, a lot of 105s and 30 mics, and a lot of that.
Let's go back to that first mission.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like 2 Rangers were killed that night.
Oh, no. Cool story. Keith, when he got shot through his nods, the bullet did not penetrate all the way through and deflected, so he ended up not getting hit. That's the second Ranger I knew who got shot in the head. Woman caught it. Well, other guy who got shot in his nods, he was climbing up on a rooftop on a ladder, a sniper. He got shot through his nods, but I think the bullet went into his brain. It didn't kill him. He fell off the ladder, and I remember him chunking a grenade up there to kill the guy that shot him in the head. And he killed that guy. And Keith is the other guy that I knew who got shot through his nods, and the bullet didn't kill him. But when we got back, I remember Keith from when he first came in. I'm like, dude, what did that look like? He's like, bro, I thought it was a beach ball coming at me. I'm like, you could see the bullet? Did you see trace? As a sniper, I'm like, when you're sniping, you can see the trace of the bullet. I wanted to know if he could see the back end of the trace, and he didn't know what I was talking about. But he said he thought it was a beach ball. Someone threw a beach ball at him, and it got big, and he was knocked down after that. Long got shot in his helmet, and he was fine too. The dog survived. We had to carry him out. And I remember the ambush and walking through the water, this ravine, and the dog handler, we patched him up, and he's carrying his dog, Chico, on his shoulder, and us getting ambushed. And that was the closest one where I shot someone 20 feet away. It was an older gentleman who was, I guess he felt that Allah or whoever was on his side, and he wanted to just run through us for whatever reason. And we got the call to drop him. He didn't want to stop. We gave him commands. I remember shouting at him and Pashto and putting my red laser on him and circling his chest with it, putting around at his feet, putting around next to him. And he's just focused on coming at us. And I was like, damn, he was wearing all white. Never forget it. And I looked through my scope and I put the scope on, it looked like a button on his shirt or a pattern. And I pulled the trigger, it was just all white. I didn't see body parts or anything. It was just all white, what he was wearing, the garment. And shot, and I looked, and then he was down. I was like, wow, I never shot someone that close before with a 308, you know. That was weird, and took the dog out, got ambushed the entire way out, and got picked up, and did it again the next day. Yeah. Of course, minus a dog and Keith and Long, yeah. They got back in the fight pretty quick, though.
Wow.
Yeah. I got pictures from that one I have to send you. Or I'm sure they get posted up, yeah.
We'll put them up.
Yeah.
We'll put them over while we're speaking here, what we're speaking about. But, you know, what was your, as a sniper, and you guys are getting after it every night. We just mentioned 1,000+ killed.
Mm-hmm.
In what, 4 months?
4 months, yeah. But it's a combination of like different platoons. Our platoon we had the lucky spot of going to Marja, but we were right next door to, I want to say 2nd platoon or 3rd platoon. So us combined, 50, 60 guys, killed about 1,000.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
That is a lot of work.
Yeah.
What is a sniper that's getting that much action? What do you prefer to carry?
Oh, semi-automatic sniper rifle. I wanted to take the bolt action, but it didn't carry enough rounds and it wasn't fast enough to like traverse targets. My spotter, he carried a 300 Win Mag, and I saw that not the struggle that he had, it was just slower. But when he hit someone, it was definite, it was, I would pick a SR-25 any day of the week. Before that, I had the Mark 13, the 5.56. Was it a Mark 13? My nomenclature's off, but it was a 5.56 DDM rifle.
Was that the Mark 11?
Mark 11, one of those, yeah. So I've always been like a semi-automatic guy, not as accurate, past. I was going to be cocky and say like 800 meters, bro, but in all actuality, semi-automatic, I think I'm really good up to 700 bolt action. Past that to, if it's a 308, like I could pull off 1,000 yards with it, but not first shot, maybe not second shot. It would take a minute maybe. And that's just because, the like density altitude, I knew played a lot with the ballistics and how far I could reach out accurately, or before I hit transonic or the bullet started to tumble at a certain distance and it just wasn't as accurate as it would be. Let's say if I'm shooting a target at 600, 700, but reaching out to 1,000, 300 Win Mag bolt action is what I would go to. And the luckiest I've ever been was at 1,000 yards, a little under 1,000 yards with the SR-25. And that was my longest further shot. And I think a lot of it had to do with luck. And I didn't, like I said, not first round impact. I remember when the guy looked at the splash on the ground, and when he looked up, the second round was already in flight. And I remember when it hit him, and Martinez, he looked over at me and he's like, dude, badass. And I just looked at him and was like, holy shit. I didn't want anybody to know that, dude, I didn't think I could hit this guy that far away. But they were shooting at us from, as we were extracting, we were getting ambushed from the side. There was this big wall, and we had Kiowa, our Cobra helicopters flying in. And I remember hearing like grass being like mowed or something like that, like a lawnmower going off. And that was the machine gun from the helicopter shooting over us into a courtyard that was ambushing us, trying to shoot through the wall. And we're leaning up against this wall and had no idea. Well, we had an idea. I just didn't make sense of it, that we were getting ambushed from that side and they were trying to shoot through the wall to shoot us. And then we were getting ambushed across this, like a dam, almost like a small dam or ravine, concrete ravine, and up on this hill, being ambushed from machine gun fire. And the first group of guys at that distance, I missed. He had fled behind a house, or the backside of his, wherever he was shooting from, a house, hut, whatever you want to call it. Then the second group of guys is where I redeemed myself and was like, no, I'm going to get this sucker. I had made a bad judgment call and distance. I was way off, like 2 mils low, and I was half a mil to the left of him. And off on distance, so I compensated for the second group of guys I was going after. First shot missed, I was still low, but I was within enough of where I could make a second shot correction. Just copied and pasted the splash of, splashes here, let's say half mil low, and just pulled it up and held a little bit right, quarter mil right, to compensate for whatever wind that was out there that day. And the second round, I'm pretty sure hit him square in his chest, just based on the way that he fell, like in his own footprint, the way he fell. But that's my cleanest shot. And working with the Marines and saving, I hate using that word, man. I didn't save anybody. I just shot a guy that had an RPG. He popped around a corner, and I was overwatching this Marine. I was attached with them on this 5-day operation with recce guys, and like the third or fourth day, every morning they would get ambushed by the surrounding town. They had overtaken this school. Me and the Marine scout snipers, we stalked out, broke into some abandoned home, cleared it, set up a sniper position, waited all night, and waited for the ambush to come. Ambush didn't come. I don't know if they knew we were out there. I'm not sure. I don't think they knew. But for some odd reason, they did not engage that day. The Marines decided they were going to, they called it movement to contact, I believe, where they just got in their vehicles and went out to the city and waited to get shot at or get engaged. And I remember that being weird. I had never done anything like that. I'm overwatching them, and I see the Humvees come out, and I can see the Marines in it. And no shit, there's a guy. Well, they started getting shot at, and I couldn't tell where it was coming from or couldn't pinpoint it. We had some mortars land beside, or not beside, it was pretty far off, but mortars landing near our position. And you could hear snaps of bullets. And the Marine convoy, as it was rolling through, this guy popped out with the RPG, and he lined up, pointed it at the Humvee, the lead Humvee, and it was a snapshot. Like, I had been out there all night, so I had pretty good distance of where different buildings were and, landmarks that we had determined. And I shot that guy, and that was I guess luck. I don't know. It was a really good shot, and I hit him. And I remember they brought me back his sandal. Couldn't take it. And their Marine commander or whatever shook my hand, Pemberton's hand, and wanted to give us an award and a write-up, but our commander was against it. And we were out that night to do the worst mission of my life, man. Yeah. But I met up with one of the Marines at a book signing, and he shook my hand, and he says I saved his life or whatever, and I always just feel weird about that. Like Keith, he emailed me years later, and he was like, people call you the Reaper or the Angel of Death, but he was like, dude, you're my guardian angel. And I'm like, I don't know. It feels weird, I guess, because I don't know. It's just weird to think, I guess, that you save someone. I don't know. I don't think I like it too much,
Why is that?
I feel weird about it. I feel weird about it. I don't know. I feel like I'm not that good to have that, like, I don't know, responsibility or honor to do that. Yeah. To save someone's life is like an honor. So yeah, I feel weird about it, feel weird about it. If you feel that way, then cool. But I don't know. I don't know. I feel bad saying keep it to yourself, but I just don't want that, I was just there, right place, I guess, yeah. But I don't feel that way, yeah.
Well, if you wouldn't have been there.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think of it like that. I don't know. If I go too far down that rabbit hole, it's like, well, what if, the guys that did not make it back, did I not do my job? Yeah.
Do you want to go into the worst mission of your life? Are you all right?
Yeah. 1 second, bro.
It's all right, man.
Yeah. You don't get this a lot, do you?
All the time.
Man. Yeah, whenever you're ready, bro.
It's all good, man. We're on your timeline.
Yeah. I don't call these tears. I don't know what they are. Sweat, bro. It's hot in here. Yeah. Yeah.
We don't have to do this.
No, I'm good, bro. Open book, man. Open book. Open book. Yeah. But yeah. After that mission, yeah. So in the beginning of that mission, like, it was a 5-day op. I was approached by the reconnaissance guys, and they had caught wind of the good work I was doing, and I had racked up a pretty good amount of kills at that point. So they came over to my sniper team, and they're like, hey, man, what do you think about this? They gave me a scenario. If a car was 1,000 yards away, coming down an alleyway, and you had a clear line of sight to shoot the driver, could you pull that shot off? Honestly, no. But I told them yes, because I really wanted to work with these guys. And they're like, cool, get your team together. We're going to go after, we've been tracking this high value target. We're going to go after them. And yeah, we want you guys to tag along. 5-day op. At first, we were going to like infill like a 20-something mile walk. And I'm like, geez, I picked the wrong time to do this. I'm not a big rucker. And we were carrying everything we were going to need to survive with, batteries, ammo, food, everything for 5 days. And it was a 5-6-man team, me, Pemberton, radio, medic, team lead. So like 6 guys. And yeah, 6-man team. And I remember calling my wife, telling her, because I was used to calling her every day. So I'm like, I won't be able to talk to you for like a week and can't say much, but I'll call you when I get back. Don't worry about anything if I don't call for, a week or whatever. So, and to do that, I had to use the FBI's sat phone because our phone calls were always monitored at where we had our little phone area. So I used the FBI as my roommate. or lived next door to me. I used a sat phone, called her, told her that, and I was on my way. I remember being on the back of a Chinook with 6 guys, and the crew chiefs were like, "Who are you guys?" And we couldn't tell them who we were or whatever. He's like, "This is it? The 6 of you?" And we're like, "Yeah." And I slept for a little bit, like an hour, not even an hour flight, a 30, 40-minute flight to get to where we were going. And we had maps. That's all I knew. We were going to this location, and I'm tagging along with the recce guys. And they're going to do all their communication, satellite stuff, however they track phone. I don't know how they do that cool guy stuff, but I was just there to, provide support by fire with precision rifle. Didn't sleep for like the first 3 days, maybe got cat naps here and there. We teamed up with some Marines from 2-5, the 2-5 Marines, and being attached with them for a little bit, helping out with their snipers and learning some cool stuff from them and how they operate and things of that nature. We finally tracked the guy. We had him pinned down to this location. And after I had that engagement with the RPG guy and the Marines, we were on a flight soon thereafter that night to conduct this mission to capture the high value target. So we called in the platoon to facilitate that. And like we had the guy pinpointed, the assault team was going to go in and get this guy. And the mission from the get-go just felt weird, man. It felt rushed. It felt pushed. Like this particular platoon had not had a chance to do its thing that whole deployment. And I think a commander wanted a ribbon, so we had a lot of that. And we don't work in daylight operation. We don't really do that. So we start off the mission, and I remember, dude, getting there was like hell. Riding on the back of these Marine trucks. I don't know what they were called, like deuce and a halves, like big trucks, very uncomfortable. We drive out there, we get dropped off, and I remember it looking like a scene out of Aladdin. The sand dunes and all the stars in the sky looked like that. That was pretty peaceful. And I remember falling asleep, nodding off, and I was like begging for a firefight. It's like, dude, I'm sucking right now. Tired. Day 5, going on day 5 now. And the walk there took forever. Started off at night. By the time we got there, it was like the sun was coming up. So I already had a bad feeling about that to begin with. But they kept pressing on with this mission. And I remember so my plan for my team was to set up like a blocking position, a good distance away from the actual, where the target building was at. And to, block this avenue of approach that was going into the town where the house was at. We set up in this open field, but I remember walking through the open field and there's these craters, like holes in the ground. I'm like, what is this stuff? So I looked back at my spotter and something told me, I was like, dude, if something goes wrong, we're coming back to these holes. No shit, man. Make it past this hole, maybe 50 meters or so. We lay down, I'm pulling security along this long road, and the town starts to wake up, and I'm just getting these bad vibes. Took my night vision off, try to blend in with the terrain as much as possible. And I see this, the mopeds, what do you call those little, like a moped. Mm-hmm. And there's 2 guys on a moped, and he rolls up, and I put my laser on him. I'm like, dude, he's going, to the objective. Put my laser on him, my laser light, and he sees.
Man, I don't know how to feel about this. Because he's like, man, like a motorcycle, what's a motorcycle called? Like, come on, bro. I mean, yeah, that might be somebody's PTSD, the way they just talk. But damn, I don't know. This whole thing, this shit is fucking wild regardless. The fact our military was like, yeah, in 90 days, we need you to do 120 missions. Every mission, you're going to be finding people and killing people. Just so you know, you're going to be dropping bombs in certain spots. No, that shit is just crazy to think about. But
sees it, and I'm waving around in his chest. He can't see me in the grass yet, but he looks down in his chest. He stops the bike, and he looks down in his chest, and he looks up in that direction of where I was at. I'll never forget the look in his eyes of hate, just hate, bro. And he backs up, does a Yui, and goes away. And I was like, this isn't good. This is not good. And then in front of us, a huddle forms, like a football huddle. These guys get into a huddle, and me and my spotter are looking at them. I call back to the recce team lead. I'm like, hey, can we smoke these guys? He's like, do they have weapons? And I'm like, no. But I just got a bad feeling, man. Like the way everything about them, they were planning and looking around, looking at where they thought we were, and it just felt weird. They were all in this huddle, and then no shit, bro. They're like, ready, break. They scatter. A minute or two later, bro, like the grass was like waist high that we were in. And I remember like, dude, the grass being mowed around us. It just started getting chopped down in all directions, all 360, it lit up. And I remember looking back at my spotter. The recce guys are already breaking contact. We go back and 4 of us jumped into the hole. I'm second guy in the hole. We had the recce team lead go in. Pemberton's on top of me. I'm sorry, the other guy, he's right on the outside of the hole, and he's in a star fort, like sprawled out. And we had the medic behind him also sprawled out. And dude, we were getting lit up, bro. I cannot describe how intense the fire was around us. And then it like stopped. And we just heard pow, just one crack at a time. But the intervals were very consistent and very accurate. And I'm like, oh shit, we're getting engaged by a sniper. And then it clicked what the Marines told me before coming into that area. They were like, dude, 1, we cannot go with anything less than a brigade. And we're out there with less than 35 guys. 2, there's a Chechen sniper that's working that area, and he's been out there for a while. He has a, supposed to be a big kill record. He's been fighting for way longer than your average fighter, supposedly like the Soviet days or whatnot, and has been like a mercenary in that area, and from a Chechen sniper. So I deduced it down to this is him. He's good, really good. So I call it up. We're being engaged by a sniper. So I'm trying to do a snap bang where I hear the crack and I wait for the report of the rifle, like lightning and thunder. And I'm getting a general idea of how far away the sniper is. So I pinpoint him to this tall building. It's where I would be if I were a sniper. Zoom in, I'm looking, and I'm not too sure. So I go to pick up my head and crack, bullet goes by. Look at Pemberton, he goes to roll over, crack, bullet snaps and pops up dust next to him. Then it started getting way more accurate. Me and I call him Jay, the team lead from recce, me and him pop up, and we're almost helmet to helmet, bro. And a bullet between us, he pushes off of me, I push off of him. And the next thing I heard was the medic screaming, who's hit? Who's hit? Team lead thinks my head is gone. I think his head is gone. He's like, I'm good. Are you good? Check yourself. I'm checking my face like, dude, I'm hit. Something's happened. Nothing. And that went on for 3 hours of playing volleyball with this sniper in this small hole. And the fire just got more accurate. Every movement that you would make, he'd take a snap at it. He was going off of movement. And I would put rounds to where I think he's at, but I know I'm not going to hit him because I think he's shooting from back inside of the room, outside the window, or this little slit or a hole in the side of the wall, or the building. But he's backed away from it, so I know I'm not going to hit this guy, so I'm just putting rounds into it. Then we started to hear the enemy closing on us, and you can hear him, Allah Akbar, and all that. And at one point, they got close where you could hear the footsteps. My spotter starts engaging guys who are close, bro, close to us with the 300 Win Mag. And he's laying some hate down, and it gets picked back up. We're calling in for airstrikes. I'm damn near crying, bro. I've never cussed out a colonel in my life, but cussed this colonel out like we need bombs. We need help bad. We're about to be on CNN getting our freaking heads chopped off, you know? Yeah, so, yeah, they could not drop any bombs.
Why?
Obama's rule of engagement, bro. We could not have anything with 0.1% collateral damage, meaning if we dropped a bomb and their home got hit with shrapnel, that would be a bad deal for, it was all about winning the hearts and minds. So getting a bomb dropped at that time was impossible. And we couldn't drop it to where I had pinpointed where I figured this guy was at, the sniper, found his location on the map. We called it in for an airstrike. The best that they said they could do was do a flyover, show of force. The first thing that came over was it was an F-16 or F-15, one of those jets. He came over, didn't do anything. Next, I looked up and I thought I saw a UFO. I'm tired, borderline hallucinating. So I'm like, yeah, that's a UFO. And it's just this thin, black, looked like a disc. And it's low, bro, low. And as soon as it gets closer, I'm like, that's a B-2 stealth bomber. I've never seen one of these things before in my life, except for like on TV. And it was way bigger than what I expected and thinner than I expected. And I remember he had his bay doors open and he dropped flares. And that didn't do anything. So then we called in for bombs to be dropped on our location. So I'm calling up like, drop them on us because we're getting, overrun. And I'm playing volleyball with a sniper I can barely see. And I picked some machine gunners off on a rooftop who was shooting at us. Picked some more guys off in the field. And then, when we thought it was over, I look at the recce team lead and I'm like, dude, do you have a grenade? And he already knew I was going with it. If they get in close, we're going to pull this grenade, hug it, and we're going to kill them with us, right? So he pulls out his grenade. Man, 1 second, bro. Yeah. That's where I fist bump Mike Pemberton. Yeah, we said our goodbyes. 1 second.
It's okay, man.
Like I said, this is the worst one, so I'm good after this one. And I haven't talked about it in a while, so I think that is different. But yeah, say our goodbyes. I fist pound Mike Pemberton, and I'm like, dude, tell my wife I was not a bitch. And he's like, dude, I'm not telling her anything. She's Mexican. She'll cut me. I'm like, yeah, she will. And he did our little goodbyes or whatever. Waited to these guys to, overrun us. And look over my shoulder, and here's my dumb brain again, my kid brain. I thought it was the Roadrunner. Like when someone's running real fast and you can see the dust kicking up from the back of their feet. It was a machine gun team. Cop, Eric Ennis, those guys. They heard the call. And dude. Yeah. They heard the call of, we were pinned down pretty good. And they came in and extracted us, and we popped smoke. Murphy's Law. We popped smoke, and the wind blew it the opposite direction, so we had no cover, like screen cover or anything like that to bound out. We were going to bound out in twos, and me and Mike Pemberton were going to be the last guys to bound out, covering them as best as we could. As you know, they made it back to the machine gun team on the road that we were originally overlooking, and snipers trying to pick us off as we're running. So I tell Mike, I'm like, dude, zigzag. And I learned this from just, where I grew up. I'm like, dude, if you're getting shot at, zigzag. And I didn't zigzag. I just V-lined it. And it's the fastest. I felt like I was running on clouds, man. I could not feel the ground beneath my feet. V-lined it to the machine gun team. Mike's right behind me. And you can hear the cracks of the rifle. And you see the ground pop up, and made it back to the machine gun team. I look at Cop, I'm like, dude, I am sucking. I need water bad. Haven't had water in, felt like a day or whatever, and really thirsty, and mouth was sticking together and couldn't form any spit. He gives me water out his his backpack. I drank half the bottle, gave the rest to Mike, and it's up to me, hey, where are we going? I'm like, well, let's make our way back to the main element where you guys came from, and we'll join up with them and finish out this mission. And as we pick up to move out, I see some guy pop out from the backside of this little house, and I put my rifle over Pemberton's shoulder. We're both facing that direction. I use his shoulder as a brace because we're standing, and I, shot this guy as he poked out from behind the house, and like a walking firefight. And I made the dumbest call of my life, man, of skirting the tree line. Yeah. Should have went in it and skirted the tree line, probably tired. Wanted to get to the element as quickly as we could because they were all still in a huge firefight, throwing grenades and back and forth, borderline hand-to-hand combat in this little ravine. It was intense, bro. Making it back to them, skirted the tree line, and I shit you not, I saw the ground open up. Like a guy come out the ground, he lifted up the grass, and he came out of the ground, and it's a team of guys, and they started engaging us from, meet at that wall. It's danger close.
Shit.
And we get ambushed, and I remember diving head first. I didn't care how deep this ditch was or what was in it. Dove in, hit water, like chest deep water. We all jump into it, and I look over and I can see Cop, the guy who had just rescued us. He's got his leg up on the embankment. Yeah. Laying down a cover fire. And I can see the dudes' heads in the ground, and I start shooting, and what I could hit, I know I hit one and got back down, and as I get into cover from the embankment portion, I'm this high in water, chest high, neck high at this point, and I hear this loud sound like an M4. An M4 was right by my ear. And I'm I go to look over, dude, back away a little bit. And there's no one right there. But then I see the embankment behind me, the mud blowing up. And I'm holy shit, that's gunfire. So I move off to the side a little bit. And that's when I'm going back up to engage. And I hear this weird slap. And I heard Cops scream. And I look, and I see a water hose, dumb brain again, pumping red water, squirting into the field. What is that? Then I see him fall, and he's screaming, bro, screaming, cussing and screaming. And his femoral artery was hit, snapped up into his body, and he took 2 rounds to it. And I remember the ravine, the water we were in, turning different color, dark brown, and it tasted like pennies. And look at a commander, the lead who's with us. And by this point, he's next to me. So I grab him. I pull him in close so I could talk to him in his ear, screaming, we need to get, there's like 300 meters down this ravine or down here to this opening. That's where we take our dog leg and go across this field in the safe haven. The safe house was going to be there. But we have to go now. We're screwed in this little ravine. And screwed. And as I'm talking to him, I feel a splash of warm water slap my face. And then he just got weightless. And I thought, I don't know what I thought. I just thought he just sat down really fast. And he goes down. I wipe the water off my face, and it wasn't water. It was his blood. And I see this right above his body armor, this gaping hamburger meat hanging out of his chest. I go back up against the embankment. Pemberton comes over. He just puts his hand inside the wound. And I remember him like screaming. Yeah. And I went black, bro. It's the only time in combat where I like blacked out for a second. I'm staring in his eyes and watching his chest open up and Pemberton's hand in it and him screaming, and cop had stopped screaming at this point, and our medic is working on him. Badass medic, Melvin. His kit bag is floating in the water and he's doing like surgery, bro. You know?
Shit.
Put on 2 tourniquets, bleeding wouldn't stop. He's packing it, trying to, get it to stop.
That is fucking crazy what our military has to go through.
Watkins got hit in his foot or his ankle. So we're down 3. And one of the recce guys came over and slapped me on my helmet. He slapped me on my helmet and he's like, dude, get back in it, I'm like, oh shit, yeah. And he's like, come over here. The sniper, he's not engaging him. And he's like, come over here to me behind this weird little fallen tree. And as soon as I get up next to him to get eyes on anything, we get shot at. And he pushes me. He was like, dude, he's targeting you. Everywhere I went down this ravine, pow, crack. And the plead, the cries, and, everybody's jacked up and cops going in and out of consciousness. And we finally made the decision let's just move. We can't get pinned down here. So he passed his body up on the stretcher. And I remember him passing by and it's just white. And like when we would take cover, we'd shout like, yeah, dude, hold your breath, We'd have to go underwater to get him to safety. And he, was out of it, lost a lot of blood. And we get to the end of the ravine. And I remember popping out the other side and going into the safe house. And dude, it felt like World War III opened up and I go down. Pemberton looks back at me. He's like, thought I was hit. He comes and grabs me and starts pulling me. I'm looking up at him like, dude, what are you doing? And he's like, I said, we're getting shot at. He's like, no, those are our guys. We had support by fire machine guns up on top. And I was just so, out of it a little bit. And we get into the safe haven, the little house we had taken over. And the first sergeant was in there and he's like, hey, you guys get up on top. And we were the first ones to get up on top to provide cover as, cop, and everybody else was coming out. And we were just told to engage everything that was a threat. And I remember looking out and
damn,
dudes were getting dropped off in like vans with the sliding doors taken off, and mopeds and bikes with like 3 guys on them, and RPGs and ammo and machine guns piling out into the city.
Damn.
pretty far away and couldn't engage them too far away, and tried some shots too far away and just picked off everything else that I could pick off. And yeah, and we called for reinforcements, the Marines to come in, and they couldn't do it. They had to have more people, like I said, a brigade, and we were told that the best they could do was park their vehicles like a mile away, and we had to run to them. That was like not really an option at the moment. We were going to stay and fight. So we had the guys who, from my platoon, put speedballs together, ready to go, ammo and stuff like that. They were going to fly the helicopters in low, drop off the speedballs, and we were going to get it out and fight all night. Watch the medevac come in and provided cover for them. It's an old school like medevac with the big cross on the side. And watching the guys carry out the wounded and covering them, and stayed to fight. Had 210 bullets and had 6 when it was over, left. Did a lot of shooting, and yeah, we had to, that was the initial call, was to remain overnight. Luckily, that wasn't the case. And as we were running low on ammo, I'll never forget the call. My first sergeant was like, if you got a bayonet, if you got a knife, get ready. We're going hand to hand if, you know, these guys are going to overrun this compound. So in my mind, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to smoke a guy, get his AK, and fight with that. And if we go hand to hand, hey, Hodge is pretty small. We're good. So luckily, that did not happen. We did make the decision to run out. Everybody was like not timid. It was a rough day. Like hour 8, 9 at this point. We have to run out the wide open field, a mile, to get to the Marines that finally made it. And I volunteered. It was like, you know, I wanted to kill myself so much that day. It was like after like I saw the third guy was hit, debated standing up, just getting my head taken off, you know.
Damn.
Just tired of it. Yeah. So
damn.
I was like, you know, I'll volunteer, and I'm not like crying too much, am I?
You're all good, man. I've never heard anything like this.
I'm sucking, bro.
That shit is
but
crazy. It's a fucking
so yeah, I volunteered to lead us out. I had like 6 bullets left. And I told Pemberton, I was like, you take up the rear for the assault team, make sure we're good, and I'll get the front. We're just going to book it. I don't have time to shoot, you know? So we just start running when they open up the big blue doors, the gates. I have a picture of it, before we ran out. I just booked it, man. See the Marines on top of a hill, and they didn't have enough vehicles for us or whatever. So, yeah, we had to fit like 30 guys and 4 Humvees and on Humvees and piled in. And I had a big 500-pound Marine 50 cal gunner laying on my chest, and I'm laying across Pemberton's lap and another assaulter's lap. He's being stood on. It's cram-packed in there. Some guys are piled on, and we drive out. I asked for a cigarette, and this Marine was like, gave me one, and I go to flick it out the hatch, and it landed back in my, I always say that was like the worst part of that whole mission, was having that cigarette burn my back, and this other guy, an assaulter, pouring his canteen out on me, dousing me. I'm like, dude, it's just a cigarette. But we get back, and we got the target we were going after, captured him. And I remember doing the quick AAR when we got back, and I'm sitting next to a prisoner before we fly him out to where we have to fly him out to. And I'm sitting next to a prisoner, and I'm leaning up against my rucksack, and dude, I'm dozing off, and I do doze off, and I heard a clear as day, man, bullet snap past my head. So I wake up, I'm looking around, and I'm wondering, you know, why is no one else freaking out? You know, everyone's just pretty calm and chill, waiting for the helicopters to come in. I'm like, damn, that was not even a gunshot. I'm still hearing bullet snap, you know? And I knew I was like hurt after that. And then a few days later, yeah, cop died. The first hospital he went to, power went out.
Damn.
So they had to take him to another hospital.
This motherfucking soldier right here make me want to cry. Holy shit.
Yeah. So that's the guy who saved my life.
The damn soldier through and through right there.
I've never heard anything like that before.
My bad, bro. Oh, man. Haven't talked about it like that in a while either. But yeah, think about it every day. Every day. Every day, man.
You want to take a break? Let's take a break.
How many of you guys out there are worried about brain health? You know, all we hear about is fitness. Everybody's getting ready for bikini season because spring's right around the corner. I'm personally more concerned about my brain. You look around, you see all these brain diseases that are getting out of control. I'm going to take everything I can to improve the health of my brain. And I'm going to tell you about my 5 favorite supplements.
The best quality productions that you see weekly, including
tough, man.
Yeah. Man, that you know, I've not heard of anything that intense.
Really?
We're about to be an hour.
I don't think ever.
Still got an hour.
That's what caused me to get out, man.
That was it.
That was it. I was on my way out the door, but that like sealed the deal of learning of Cobb's death and just that whole mission, man. And I watched guys get Bronze Stars for just saying, go do this, you know, and never step foot on the field of, you know, never had to do anything like that. But they walk away with the Bronze Star. And, you know, I'm never about medals anyways. I was supposed to get a Bronze Star with V, but they pulled it and reduced it to a ARCOM Joint Commendation Medal or Army Commendation Medal with V. Reduced it to that. Only because they told me I was just doing my job. So there was no point of, and I don't care, you know, but I watched the guy who's sitting behind the desk at a Bronze Star.
Man.
I remember when we came back from deployment in Iraq.
Military aren't evil, but we have an evil.
We did some really good sniper stuff for
man.
Conventional guys, and which opened up a lot of routes, you know, a lot of logistical routes. We came home, and I remember watching a guy get a Bronze Star who stayed back in Little Creek, Virginia for stocking the candy machines because the candy machines were stocked every day.
What?
Yeah, we're sitting there at you know, the morning muster, and we're watching this guy get a fucking Bronze Star for stocking candy machines at SEAL Team 2. I couldn't believe it.
Wow.
And that is about the moment I knew that I was making the right decision to get the fuck out. But you know, we just had a good conversation off camera, and I kind of cut it because I think it's important to have it on here about the ego, you know, that runs within the soft community and the competitiveness, the characters that come out afterwards. We had talked about a couple of individuals that we both know that will remain nameless on camera, but conversation kind of started with, you know, how do some of these guys live with themselves? You know, people that you knew in service, people that I knew in service, and then you see them on social media, you see them on YouTube, you see them on the news, you see them everywhere, and you know that's
not that guy.
That's not you.
Yeah.
And now they're trapped into being that character, likely for the rest of their life.
Yeah.
And there are some very controversial individuals from the vet community, especially from the soft community, that are living a lie. And And that brought us into, you know, the killing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And how that.
And the Lord.
I mean, I'll let you pick up the conversation.
From the killing portion.
When it comes to ego.
Oh, while you're overseas deployed?
Yeah, you know, the competitiveness on killing.
Yeah.
And it becomes, you know, I think it starts as you're killing for the country, you're killing for your team, and then it gets competitive.
I think you go in with the mindset of that. Like, I would say my first deployment, I felt like I was doing it for the country, you know, after payback for 9/11, I'm finally here and I get a chance to deal out my payback. But then I want to say maybe my third deployment is when I started to see and notice that more so when I was a sniper, like killing the bad guys or whatever you want to call them, killing people, getting back, and the guys who did not get a chance to go on the operation would show jealousy or, you know, envy towards that. And it became a competition really quick as who could get, and I never thought it was a competition. You know, I was right place, right time. And I didn't have to look for it. I enjoyed being a sniper and I enjoyed looking over my guys so that they could do what they had to do on the ground. I enjoyed it and I liked working by myself and having that leadership role. But the killing was never something that I expected. Like, especially as a Ranger sniper, it's rare that you even get a chance to pull the trigger. So I never went into it with that mentality or mindset. I thought I was going to do more. I wanted to do the stalking, you know, setting up hide sites. That's what I wanted to do the most. I thought that part was the coolest thing about being a sniper. The shooting portion, it's cool and all, but it's so rare. So I didn't expect it. All the snipers that I knew, some had 0 kills. My replacement sniper, so after Pemberton fell down this 75+ foot well, had to get medevaced out, I was replaced with another sniper who had, I think he was in the section for like 2 or 3 years and never had a kill until he started working with me. And that was just because we were getting ambushed like literally every day and he had to shoot people. But prior to that, he never killed anyone. So I was used to that. The snipers that had been in the section for so long, they never talked about killing because it was rare. You might have guys with 2 or 3 kills, some guys with 0. But it wasn't a big thing that we harped on, you know, until I started to see that competition when that's all it became about was just killing and killing and killing. And, well, I have more than you and I have more than you and I'm catching up to you. And I'm like, dude, I don't care, you know, I don't really care. And no one knew what I felt like after the fact. So after everybody I've ever taken out or anything, I've always felt bad about. I've always felt that, I guess coming from a religious background, I felt that it rips out a piece of your soul. I think that spiritually, we're all connected in some way, shape, or form. We all share one thing in common, and that's the soul. And we're all connected by it. So eliminating or cutting that tether of somebody else's life, it's like I felt the same way that a tether was connected also. Because you know deep down, I don't know, some people in our community, maybe they are telling the truth when they say, oh, I don't feel anything. And I don't buy it. I don't buy it. And
did you feel anything at the time when you were killing?
After the fact.
Or was it years later?
No, during the killing. So I would ride like this weird roller coaster of emotion of a big rush, adrenaline dump. I'm about to kill this guy. I can see he has a weapon or he's shooting, and I get like a rush before a hunter would shoot a deer. After that, though, it was like this crazy, like you reach the peak of a roller coaster, and right when you come down, it was like that free fall of, it didn't feel, it's a weird, it feels weird. It feels like remorseful The remorse part came when I got back to my room and I had privacy away from the guys. And I didn't cry. I just felt weird. I felt sad. I did feel remorseful. Like, man, and my mind would play tricks of like, did he have a family or, you know, who was he before that? When he woke up that morning, it was always weird to me that like when a person wakes up, they have no idea that they're going to die, you know? And if they did, would they change their life leading up to that point? If there was no getting around the fact that you're going to die in 2 hours from now, what would you have changed differently? And that part is what I played with in my mind. Like, did they carry on about their day? Did they have a good day? I don't know, you know? So it was weird in that aspect of like wondering their life prior to that, of the kill. And I felt like I was a young guy killing grown men, which was weird to me too, you know? It was just weird to kill someone that was like my dad's age, you know? And it was weird. It was weird. But I always felt remorse thereafter. I didn't show up to the guys. I didn't show anything until I got back, my last deployment. And that's where my wife saw me crying in the car after Cop died. And I had called my dad. This is the only time I've called my dad on that deployment. I masked my cry with the sounds of the jets taking off on the runway and this big generator behind our barracks overseas. Called on the satellite phone and I didn't say anything. I just waited for the afterburners on the jet to kick in before he took off. And I used that to cry so the guys wouldn't hear me. And that's like the only time he was pretty much like, it's okay, son. And, you know, I guess he understood. I'm not sure, but that's all he said. And that's the only time I cried like that and like let it all out pretty much. Yeah. And then of course, when I got back, but I didn't really care about the competition of killing or who had the most. My career leading up to that, all the guys in my platoon, like the assaulters were, and I was not an assaulter. I was a machine gunner, machine gun team leader, designated marksman, and sniper. I served a brief role when I first got the battalion as an assaulter, and then I lost my gun on my first jump in. And like, no, I just was never that guy to always kick in the door and go kill bad guys. You know, that wasn't my thing. Those guys were doing all the killing to me. Like they were really doing it a lot, but I didn't look at them and envy them because they killed more people. It was just cool to be amongst them of, hey, these guys are really good at what they do. And it's like a dream come true being in the special operations community and doing these cool jobs at the time, at that age. But I never looked at someone and said, man, I want to have as, you know, much kills as you do. It just turned out that way. And I don't have, like as a sniper, I have, you know, quite a few, but like my entire career, there's guys I'm sure out there who have way more, you know, way more. But I don't look at them any better than what I, you know, did. We all did our job and it is what it is. We're here today and hopefully we're making today count. And yeah.
You know, you had mentioned off camera that every kill that you had, you felt took a piece of your soul. What do you mean by that?
Like literally a piece of your soul, like gets disconnected. I think we're all connected, bro. Like that's my belief now. And from what I've seen from my experience in spirituality, I believe that we're more connected than we think we are. It's just that this realm that we're in, this place, this earth that we're in, and I read the Bible, and the ruler of this world is Satan.
You read the Bible
every day. Every day.
I thought, okay, we're gonna go down some rabbit holes here.
Yeah.
So we had talked about, let's talk about your we'll call it your journey to God. How did that, I mean, what sent you down that rabbit hole after, what were you searching for? I mean, you've had some of the most kinetic deployments that I've ever heard of. some of the most descriptive combat accounts I've ever heard.
Mm-hmm.
And so I guess I shouldn't make any assumptions, but I would assume that your transition was rough.
Yes. Well, like, so Ranger Battalion, it's crazy you say that. Like, to me, it doesn't seem like a lot because we know, and anybody can look it up, it's the only unit with the most kills and captures and continuously deployed since GWAT began is Ranger Battalion. It's the most killed, captured, combined, more than the Marine Corps, Air Force, Green Berets, you name it, combined. We've killed and captured more enemy high-value targets than any unit combined. And that's Google, whatever you want to use to look it up. So it's not weird to me that it was like that. Like the most deployments that I've seen a Ranger have was like 14 deployments, and thought he was badass. But I think he's badass. But I think that for my transition was like anybody else's, I think, who's been through that. A lot of self-medication in the wrong way. I struggled a lot with alcoholism. It runs deep in my family. Depression and thoughts that I wish I didn't have, not wanting to be here anymore, still got the scars to prove it. Yeah. So I struggled with that for a long time.
What do you mean you still have the scars to prove it? Internal or external?
External.
What had happened?
What's that?
Is this a suicide attempt?
Not that one per se, just hurt. I just wanted to see blood.
What happened?
Just decided to take a razor blade, bro, and start carving. Yeah. In front of? My wife, she saw it.
She saw that?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Did that and had a bottle of Jack one day and decided to, my life was crumbling down when I got out. Had no idea what I was going to do. Did contracting, got out, wasn't for me. I was tired of being away from home, So I bought a home and I just felt empty. I felt just useless, empty. I couldn't apply all the stuff that I learned and was, good at. Like I was terrible at school, wasn't a good kid, try to be a good husband, but I just felt like empty. So decided with a bottle of Jack Daniels and a Glock pistol to go outside in the backyard and stare at the stars and have a conversation with my inner self. And yeah, scary times, man. Scary times.
What did that conversation entail?
With myself?
Yeah.
Why am I here? Basically, why am I here? And is there any importance as to why I'm here? Why am I here and why are my guys not? And the message I got out of that was, if I do this, everything that they did would have been in vain, by not living life. And that's what kind of, I guess, pulled me out of that at that moment. But I teetered a lot with depression, anger, resentment, a lot of that. And just nowhere to fit in, nowhere to fit in. So I would self-medicate daily until I couldn't remember. And I felt like I didn't exist anymore. I would just drink until I call it my dark space, where nothing exists anymore, no feeling, no emotion, just darkness. And I liked being there for a while, a while.
You liked being there?
Yeah.
You liked being there, or you didn't know how to be anywhere else?
Ooh, that's deeper. I didn't know how to be anywhere else. Yeah. I didn't know how to be anywhere else, and I didn't know how to process the outside world as far as struggle. Like overseas, when you get mad and you're faced with a situation, it was easy. And being overseas, everything was cut and dry. You just stay alive. That's it. You don't have to worry about your light bill. You don't have to worry about the water bill. I had no job after I got out of contracting. Everything seemed like it was, falling apart. Just got a new house in Texas and I had nothing. I was empty, bro, empty. I was losing everything. And decided one day to lock myself in a room and I just started to write my whole deployment. And I called it Team Reaper at the first because the Reaper just did not. And originally, I don't know if I've ever really told this story because I don't care, but the original, the Reaper term came from that deployment. And I called after an assaulter, WR, because I don't like this guy anymore. Well, whatever. No judgment. That's his path. But he gave me that title, the Angel of Death. And I was like, our Pemberton was like, oh, like the Reaper, Blue Oyster Cult. I had no idea who Blue Oyster Cult was or anything. And he's an older guy, Pemberton. So he introduced me to it. Baby, don't fear the Reaper. And that stuck. I always called us Team Reaper. We're a team, Me and him were a team. He was just as good as I was. I was just on a semi-automatic, I guess, and I was the sniper team leader. But my original, when we got back, we had a deployment video. And on that deployment video, Team Reaper, Blue Oyster Cult's playing in the background, and that was our thing. The first book I ever wrote was Team Reaper. I didn't want to be the Reaper. That came up along the lines when I got into the big book publishing company, and they did not want it to be a team. It wanted to be about me, regardless if it was Nick was the Reaper in battalion or not. I wanted my guy to be a part of it. That's why I incorporated Pemberton in everything. And I still keep in contact with Pemberton. And he's always been my guy, loyal, my guy, So the first book I ever wrote was terrible. I wrote it completely wasted, sitting in my computer room, trapped myself in there and just wrote Team Reaper, unedited. That was the first original book. So it's always Team Reaper from the beginning. I just didn't want to be singled out as the Reaper, regardless of what some other title someone gave me. And it went along with that. But the first book I ever wrote was not even about me. I just wanted to talk about the things that me and my team did. And that's why I got out of the whole, after the first book, I guess I didn't like it. It was cool. But the individual, the solo, that it was just me out there. No. My spotter and the guys on the ground were just as good, if not better than I was. I was just right place, right time, And that's why I got out the big book publishing world and stopped doing the autobiography stuff and made up my own character that he can do whatever he wants. Like, I grew up reading like Tom Clancy and those guys. And that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to build a character that is not real, not me, but is what I would envision a spec op guy to be and what he would be like when he's out, the life that he's trying to live. So I started going along. That's why I write what I write now. It's to take me out of it. Now let me just show you, like I've been writing since I was a little kid. My mom has one of my original books that I wrote in elementary school based on the haunted house, bro.
No kidding.
Yeah. It was a Goosebumps style book, but I called it Goose Lumps. And me and my friend Andre made it a short book, scary book, supposed to be, but I've always loved telling stories and writing. So that's been something I've guessed before the sniper thing. It was what I've liked doing. And I continued to do. And I'm not the best at it, but I've gotten really good at it. And like the feedback that I get from it, I like the feedback, and I like not being the main focus character. I think it can be not good for your health. It can be dangerous, and you can start to believe whatever thing that you're building up, the character that you've made on yourself, and the praise that you get for being this one guy, it can kind of not be good. And I don't want to be singled out. Like, dude, I was telling you, I don't want to, on my tombstone, I don't want to be the Reaper, I don't want to be that. I'm a writer. I love to write. I love to tell stories. I'm not Tom Clancy or Stephen King. I'm not those guys. I don't want to be those guys. I just want to tell my stories that I spend 6 months planning and about the same amount of time writing, telling those stories of things that, you know, Tom Clancy would write about or one of those guys. But just from my perspective and how I would do things. Like, I'm into conspiracy theories. And if anybody like reads my books, especially like my latest ones or whatever, they can see I'm more than just a sniper. Like, I'm a nerd, bro. I love conspiracy theories. I'm big into space, aliens, things of that nature. You know, everything is not about war to me anymore. I'm trying to leave that away from me as much as possible because I know where that leads to. So to stay away from it is by writing fictional stories that I would read as a kid. Or
how many books have you written?
Close to 20.
20 books?
Yeah. Close to 20. I have 5 major published. No. Yeah, 5 major published. And I've written, this is going to be embarrassing if people look this crap up, man. But because it goes back.
They're going to.
I wrote, it's like a picture book about survival. I called it Basic and Intermediate Combat Survival. Lame, bro. I wrote Team Reaper and Team Reaper 1 and Team Reaper 2. I've written 3 other people's books. I have a pseudonym that I go by. I've written books, yeah, other people's autobiographies, and I've written on my own fictional books, like 5 more additional books on that end. So in total, close to 20. Maybe I haven't reached 20 yet, but close to 20 books.
So did writing, I mean, how did you pull yourself out of the downward spiral? Was it writing?
Writing. Writing was
found that therapeutic?
Very therapeutic. I never used to talk about this stuff ever. I didn't really care, you know? I just didn't really care. I didn't think I was that big of a deal.
There's an hour and 30 left still. I think I'm going to do that tomorrow night. There's a bad storm over my area right now, so I'm just going to head to bed. We did a 4-hour and 30-minute stream tonight. If you watch us after, let me know in the comments. And a couple people stopped by, but they didn't comment. We chilling. If you want to drop a like, you can drop a like. If you don't want to, you don't have to. Deuces.